Good morning, everybody. My name is Matthew Botill, and I am the Assistant Division Chief for the Industrial Strategies Division here at CARB. Welcome to the first day for the 2020 Scoping Plan Kickoff Meeting workshops. So I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping first. We are recording today's workshop, and we'll make the recording accessible via the Scoping Plan workshop after the series ends. All attendees are in listen-only mode. And after all the presentations are given, there'll be an opportunity for public comments and questions. Today, we're asking that the focus of the questions stay on the scoping plan process. We'll try to answer questions on the technical merits or about the reports that are highlighted today if there is time, but those topics will be explored in more detail for the focus area discussions tomorrow and Thursday, so there'll be plenty of time to get into the specifics. Attendees are going to need to raise your hand, so use the raise hand button to indicate that you would like to ask a question, and the meeting organizers will unmute the attendees so that they can ask a question or make a comment. There is a public comment docket open, and anyone may submit comments at the URL on the Scoping Plan Meeting Workshop website through July 9th. So we are going to begin with opening remarks from Jared Blumenfeld, the Cali PA Secretary, followed by Leanne Randolph, the Chair of the California Air Resources Board, Richard Corey, Executive Office of the Air Resources Board, and Chanel Fletcher. All right, and with that, I am going to hand it off to Secretary Blumenfeld.
Thanks, Matthew. Good morning, everyone. I've been excited about the scoping plan kickoff for a long time, so super excited that today's come. And as Matthew said, this is the beginning of a series of workshops that CARB will be facilitating over the next year and a half as part of the process to update the AB 32 scoping plan. I don't need to tell any of you, but I always like to remind us that California has been a leader and will continue to be a leader in setting ambitious climate targets and implementing the policies and programs needed to limit greenhouse gas reductions. This has made us a role model and a positive force for driving enhanced efforts by governments and actors in the US and around the globe. As we know, California's emissions are about 1% of GHG or less. So we have to really not only do the work here, but proselytize and make sure others understand how that work can be done and how it can be replicated. For me, and I think everyone on this call, we recognize that climate change is both the single most dangerous threat facing the planet and the greatest opportunity we have to reshape our society and economy to be more just and equitable, and that the time for playing in the margins is over. We need to take big, bold actions to move the needle quickly. Our climate programs build on a long history of environmental protection and innovation across the state, and we know, as is the case with most things in life, that there is no silver bullet. Our portfolio approach to address climate includes policies to increase building efficiency, renewable power, renewable fuels, zero-emission vehicles, cleaner freight options, an economy-wide cap-and-trade program, and protection of our natural and working lands. As always, it includes a very strong focus and frame of equity and environmental justice, and really understanding how all these things connect together. We've been a global leader in things like energy efficiency for more than 40 years, adopting the nation's first energy conservation standards for buildings and appliances way back in the 70s. We've grown our economy while reducing our emissions, and the carbon intensity of California's economy is declining. We employ more Californians in the clean energy economy than any other state in the nation, and we met our 2020 goals 4 years early because per capita GHG emissions in California have dropped from a peak in 2001 of 14 tons per person to about 10.7 tons per person in 2018, which is a long way of saying a 24% decrease, which is exactly the trend line that we need. Hopefully we can continue to bring it down further below 10.7 tons per person. We're ahead in meeting our schedule of our 33% renewable energy target by 2020. In fact, if you looked on the web earlier this spring, there was a date that California had about 95% of its energy coming from renewable sources, but we're definitely on track to achieve our 60% renewable energy by 2030. So we're headed in the right direction, but we know that we need to double down to achieve much more significant emission reductions in the coming years to meet both our 2030 target and ultimately to achieve carbon neutrality as soon as possible. We want to make sure that we achieve net zero emissions by 2045 and avoid future damage. We need to make very, very large investments now. As you saw in the governor's budget, we're making those investments, but we need to make them sustained over the long term, and we need to couple them with innovation and policy changes that we look forward to learning about through this scoping plan process. As we move forward towards carbon neutrality, we also need, as I mentioned earlier, to work towards increasing equity, affordability, opportunity, and public health, especially in our most disadvantaged communities. The governor's executive order requiring sales of all new passenger vehicles to be zero emission by 2035 and all operations of medium and heavy duty vehicles to be 100% zero emissions by 2045 will aggressively move the state further away from its reliance on climate-causing fossil fuels while retaining and creating jobs, spurring economic growth, and importantly, improving air quality. That executive order recognizes the importance of natural and working, or an additional executive order looked at the importance of natural and working lands in achieving carbon neutrality and directs CNRA and other state agencies to coordinate on climate-smart land strategies and directs the Air Resources Board to update the target for natural and working lands in achieving carbon neutrality. The governor followed executive orders with an announcement in April directing the Air Resources Board to evaluate how to phase out oil extraction in California by no later than 2045 in the scoping plan process. State level commitments to continue to be important as the federal government rejoins Paris and implements an updated nationally determined contribution, or NDC. Recently, the governor, with a bipartisan group of governors from across the country, sent a letter to President Biden encouraging the administration to build on state efforts to accelerate the clean vehicle transition through strong federal leadership and investments. We're encouraged to see the federal support the Americans' Job Plan for investment in clean energy and transportation, targeted particularly in disadvantaged communities. These investments align with California's approach to tackling the climate crisis, generating high road jobs, and addressing air pollution in our disadvantaged communities. California's tried and tested a suite of programs that can be applied at the national scale. We're looking forward to partnering with the Biden administration in our efforts to reduce emissions and meet our state climate goals. At the same time, we'll use our update to the AB 32 scoping plan to highlight additional actions that must and can be taken to achieve our state's climate goals and to inform subnational and national action. This is really an opportunity, as you're going to hear as I turn the mic over to Chair Randolph at the Air Resources Board. This is an opportunity for your best ideas, for your innovation, from things that you've learned from other jurisdictions, from things that we can do better from what you've learned here. So this is the beginning of a process, but we're really, really excited for your input. And we intentionally designed this process so that it has the broadest possible way of getting all that you have learned and all that you think about in the future into the public domain. There aren't specific channeled areas of public comment. You can be very broad as long as it's within the context of AB 32 scoping plan update. So with that, I'm really thrilled that we have Leanne Randolph as the chair of the Air Resources Board. She is incredibly smart, dynamic, understands really the needs of communities, and I can't think of a better person to help shepherd this process than Leanne. So Leanne, over to you, and I'm really excited to be updated and work with all of you as this process moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Blumenfeld. It's a pleasure to be here to help kick off the 2022 scoping plan update. Since the legislature passed the Global Warming Solutions Act in 2006, there have been 3 scoping plans approved by the CARB board. The first plan outlined actions to return to 1990 emissions levels by 2020, which many claimed at the time would be nearly impossible and would result in undue economic burdens in the form of job losses and reduced economic output. But our progress to date has disproven those fears. Quite the contrary. California is rapidly developing into a hub for clean energy development and manufacturing, including zero-emission cars, trucks, and buses. While today is the first meeting for this 2022 scoping plan update, there's been a lot of intervening work between the scoping plan updates. Since the 2017 update was adopted by the CARB board in late 2017, several actions have occurred to set the landscape for this update. The climate impacts predicted prior to the adoption of the first scoping plan are being realized in California and beyond, with the most current science showing that the climate effects predicted in the early 2000s underestimated the seriousness and rate of change we're observing now. Just yesterday, NOAA announced that after a dip last year due to the pandemic, emissions of greenhouse gases have begun to soar again, and the amount of carbon dioxide in Earth's atmosphere reached 419 parts per million in May, its highest level in more than 4 million years. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Special Report, Global Warming of 1.5, published in late 2018, stated that we must achieve global carbon neutrality by mid-century to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. This means in California and globally, we must achieve deep decarbonization across all sectors of the economy by 2045. Recent reports on deep decarbonization and carbon neutrality are available to draw upon to help inform the 2022 scoping plan. AB 74 directed Cal EPA to contract with the University of California to evaluate achieving transportation carbon neutrality across the supply and demand of petroleum fuels. These reports were published just a few weeks back and are available on the web. SB 100 directed the Public Utilities Commission, the Energy Commission, and the Air Resources Board to develop a report on achieving 100% renewable and zero carbon retail sales of electricity by 2045. This report was published earlier this year and must be updated every 4 years. And CARB contracted for economy-wide modeling to evaluate paths to achieving carbon neutrality economy-wide as part of a 2-year public process on carbon neutrality that began in early 2019. That preliminary carbon neutrality modeling indicates the need for a huge transition from the energy mix of today and what we must aim for by 2045. Moving away from the combustion of fossil fuels will bring critical air quality and health benefits to the state, but particularly to our most impacted communities. We need to pursue a rapid transition to renewable wind and solar, innovative storage technologies, and zero carbon fuels. In this transition, we must ensure an inclusive and just workforce transition. We have the responsibility and privilege to work with you and others to map a path that supports new economic and job opportunities for people and businesses. We have the opportunity to support actions that catalyze new innovations and industries here in California. For example, several oil companies are converting their California refineries to produce renewable fuels. And California is home to the #1 zero-emission vehicle market in the US, with zero-emission vehicles representing the state's single largest export in 2020. We know climate change is happening, and we will all be impacted, some more than others. There will be disproportionate burdens experienced by frontline communities, increased susceptibility to respiratory illnesses such as COVID-19 due to poor air quality, record-setting wildfires that directly endanger human health and property, and extended droughts that damage California's billion-dollar agricultural industry. But we have the tools to change the trajectory of climate change. It takes clear targets, focused action, strong partnerships with communities, industry, other states, jurisdictions. Based on the strength of those partnerships, we have reason to be optimistic, but the time to double down our efforts is now. This scoping plan update is going to set a path to maintaining progress towards meeting our 2030 target, as well as achieving carbon neutrality no later than 2045. It must lay out a cost-effective and technologically feasible path for action to that end. study after study shows that this is the last decade to really begin action to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. That sense of urgency is real, and we need to act now. I believe we can meet that challenge and do it in a way that addresses the historic environmental injustices faced by our frontline communities. I look forward to this process. We need your engagement to shape this plan, and I look forward to receiving the recommendations from the newly convened Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. Now I'd like to turn it over to CARB's Executive Officer, Richard Corey, to make some introductory remarks as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. And as Chair noted, the 2022 scoping plan represents a third update to the scoping plan, and like previous versions, it'll build on decades of policies and programs that have led to our success in reducing harmful pollution, such as diesel PM, and reducing GHGs to achieve our 2020 target 4 years ahead of schedule. But even with these successes, we know there are communities that continue to face disproportionate levels of harmful local air pollution. The emissions and the air quality data on this are irrefutable. So when the science says we need to achieve deep decarbonization, we must push out fossil fuel combustion wherever we can. That means end burning of gasoline, diesel, natural gas, and other liquid and gaseous fuels everywhere possible. And when non-combustion alternatives are not available, it means producing fuels that are much cleaner and that are renewable as well. And the largest sector of fossil fuel combustion is the transportation sector. We know that, and transforming the way we move people and goods will take the biggest bite out of the state's carbon and air pollution emissions, and will protect public health, particularly in disadvantaged communities of color that have experienced historical and persistent burdens that are also the most vulnerable to air pollution and climate impacts, as clearly underscored through the pandemic. And in the next decade, electrifying transportation and reducing emissions from the transportation sector is of critical, fundamental importance. Along with the production of petroleum and refined fuels, the transport sector accounts for 50% of our GHG emissions and is a leading cause of air pollution throughout California and in communities. And as the chair noted, the sense of urgency that is evident in the ways we really unseen, not seen before, it's even more paramount. A recent Dutch court decision ordered Shell to cut its carbon emissions by 45% by 2030, based on 2019 emissions. And US companies, ExxonMobil and Chevron, saw significant pushback by shareholders and investors who want companies to do better in developing a strategy for a greener future. Even the oil beginning to discuss.
Hi, everybody. It looks like Richard's internet connection is having a little bit of a difficulty. Richard, can you pause for a second? Oh, looks like we lost him. All right. So what I'm going to do at this time, oh, he might be back. I'm going to ask the organizers, Jordan and Maureen, can you mute Richard for us, please? Okay, thank you. All right, so what I'm going to go ahead and do, we're going to see if we can get Richard back on the line. And while we work out the AV issues with his connection, I'm going to ask Martha Dina Arguello, a member of the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee, to go ahead and say a few words, and then we'll see if we can get Richard back up and running. Martha, if you're there. And Martha, if you are trying to talk, I see that you are muted.
And moments from a clean getaway. Marta Dinargüey, I'm the Executive Director of Physicians for Social Responsibility, Los Angeles. I've served on the EJAC since 2007, soon after the passage of AB 32. And we continue to wait, not patiently, for the promise of environmental justice and the promise that was embedded in AB 32 that we would actually make things better and not overburden environmental justice communities. So really, the project of this scoping plan is to be transformative. And so we have to be transformative at every step of the way, including the process. If we do not embed deep democracy, transparency, and a spirit of collaboration into the process, then the outcomes will not be the kinds of outcomes that we want. And we will continue to see the recommendations and ideas of the environmental justice community marginalized to an appendix in the final plan. So while I look forward to today's workshop and to being part of this process, we need to understand that environmental justice has to be in the DNA of the scoping plan. And that is very hard to achieve if you continue to treat environmental justice as something that sits outside of the rest of the measures that we are going to be developing, whether it's transportation, whether industrial sectors, natural and working lands. Justice has to be integrated in each of those. And so we look forward to working with the staff to figuring out how we do that, so that, again, environmental justice is not just one workshop that happens outside of the rest of the context. We want to be part of the co-creation, and so we've recommended that we have a pre-scoping plan. And what's really important when I say transparency is we want to understand the models that the staff are using, what is the economic modeling, and how are we going to adjust for the real cost of air pollution and the real cost of climate change to low-income communities and communities of color. And we will only do that by working together to make sure that we, one, have the adequate health data that we need to be able to measure the impact, and recognize that many of the models that we use often discount the value of lives. Risk assessment often will treat uncertainty in a way that is not helpful to communities who are constantly having to prove that they've been harmed. And so we really call on you to do things differently, to work with us, consult with us. We would have told you environmental justice should not just be a workshop on its own. It has to be part of the entire process. So again, we look forward to working with all of you. We particularly look forward to working with Rajinder directly so we can develop an effective communication, but also the best available science, and understand that community science is some of the best available science. It's what's going to help us act on early warnings. So I'm going to stop because I could go on, and I know we want to get to the workshop. But again, I certainly look forward to working with all of you in that spirit of transformation and transparency. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Martha. I really appreciate you stepping in there. And it sounds like we have Richard back. I'm going to ask if he can come back, but maybe keep the video off. That should help with the connection issues. So yeah, Richard, if you can.
All right, thanks, Matt, and I'll be brief and keeping it real here. Where I left off, I was talking about some of the recent actions, and U.S. companies, ExxonMobil and Chevron, saw significant pushback by shareholders and investors who want companies to do better in developing a strategy for a greener future. Even the oil companies are beginning to discover what we already know. We cannot address our air quality and climate challenges without transforming how our energy needs are met. And as we evaluate the path to phase out oil extraction here, we must not forget that demand and supply go hand in hand. We must keep a focus on providing sustainable alternatives to fossil fuel transportation systems to reap the largest air quality and GHG benefits. Just focusing on phasing out extraction won't deliver by itself. We need to step up efforts to reduce demand for petroleum by supporting policies that provide consumers with cleaner, better options to meet their transportation needs. And California's successes to date have been achieved by its long and steady commitment to improve public health and environmental protection. The programs have created opportunities for private investment to support public good. The 2022 scoping plan will lay out where we need to go, so there's no confusion as to where private and public monies should be invested as we work to achieve carbon neutrality. Science says time has all but run out to avoid the worst impacts of climate change, which means we aren't looking for bridging options. We must leap to where we need to be. This will avoid stranded assets and help to reap the air quality and public health benefits sooner than later. We have the tools. We know where we need to go. We just need a path to get there, which is the scoping plan is intended to provide. I cannot stress the importance for robust public engagement. The administration, legislature, CARB, and our sister agencies need to hear from frontline communities and the public and private sectors if we're to find a path that is actionable. The scoping plan is the state's climate action blueprint. It outlines what is needed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in California. And as a result, it has a strong history of catalyzing development of specific programs and actions needed to implement the plan. And with that, I'll go back to Deputy Executive Officer over Climate and Research, Rajinder Sahota. Rajinder.
Thanks, Richard. Good morning, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be with everyone this morning to talk about the kickoff to the scoping plan. Many of us have worked on the plan for over a decade now, and as Martha indicated, she's been with every scoping plan since the first one in 2008. But we also recognize that there are lots of people here who are first to this plan. We have a different administration, we have different folks at the different agencies, and we have a whole new set of members in the EJAC. And so we thought that it would be important to do some table setting early on in this process to make sure that everyone had a shared understanding of what is a scoping plan, the guideposts that we develop it under, the types of analyses that we're required to do, and all of the other pieces to actually just pull the structure of a plan together. After I'm done, I'm going to hand off to Chanel Fletcher, the Deputy Executive Officer for Environmental Justice, and she will spend a few minutes talking about her vision for the EJAC process and talk about the recently convened EJAC from the May board hearing. Next slide, please. So this graphic should be familiar to many of us. It shows that since 2000, we have made significant progress in reducing emissions per capita, per GDP, and in total, while the economy and population continue to grow. The pie chart shows what sectors contribute the most to our GHG emissions in the AB 32 inventory. Approximately half of the industrial sector is related to oil and gas extraction and refining, which puts the transportation sector at about 50% of the state's emissions. And you heard Richard allude to that in his talking points. And so just to be sure that we understand, 41% is from the combustion of fuels and the tailpipe emissions. And then half of the industrial sector is from the extraction and refining of transportation fuels. And then you see the other charts or the other sections of the pie which speak to our electricity sector and residential and commercial sectors. Next slide, please. So what is a scoping plan? They are actual plans to lay out cost-effective and technologically feasible paths to achieve our mandates. Scoping plans from the very beginning have relied on a suite of climate policies to address emissions across all sectors. So it is economy-wide, and it doesn't rely on a single program. It has incentives, regulations, and carbon pricing in the form of the cap and trade program. AB 32 mandates that the scoping plan be updated at least every 5 years. And so you've heard reference to the 2017 scoping plan, and that is why we are back here today to begin the process to update the scoping plan for 2022. The 2017 scoping plan, which was the most recent, obviously, was a cost-effective and technologically feasible path to achieve the 2030 target. So that is the SB 32 target of 40% below 1990 levels by 2030. We are required by statutes to provide direct GHG emission reductions and air quality benefits with the policies included, minimize emissions leakage, which is to ensure that production and activity and emissions don't leave the state. So it looks like we've reduced, but the atmosphere still continues to experience those emissions. They're just not on our books, they're somewhere else. We are required to facilitate subnational and national collaboration because climate change is a global issue. It's not just a regional issue, and support cost-effective and flexible compliance for regulated entities under the programs. Next slide, please. So just a recap of what the last scoping plan included. It had a series of statutes and rules and regulations that set out the path to achieve the 2030 target. And as you can see from the slide, it touches everything from buildings, fuels, technology for transportation, freight, energy, superpollutants, which are fugitive emissions from dairies, landfills, and refrigerants. And it has an economy-wide cap and trade program, which covers about 80% of the state's anthropogenic emissions. The money from the program, from the cap and trade program, is used to reinvest in communities to help further reduce emissions in communities and make sure that there is access to clean tech and clean fuels. And some of that money is used to protect and manage our natural working lands, which are also sources and sinks of GHG emissions in the state. Next slide, please. So now shifting to the 2022 scoping plan update. It's a key issue here in that we remember what the key objectives are. So it is going to the board in late 2022, which means we're looking at an 18-month process here to build that plan out. It will assess the progress towards achieving the 2030 target. So this is a check-in to see if we need to do any tune-ups to make sure we're on track. And it ties to science. So since the 2017 scoping plan was adopted, in 2018, the IPCC issued a report talking about the need to achieve carbon neutrality by 2045 in order to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. So again, tying back to that hard science and the need to actually take action to achieve that target. Next slide, please. This scoping plan differs from previous scoping plans that it has the longest planning horizon. We're in 2021, we're looking out to no later than 2045. That's a greater than 20-year planning horizon, but we also have to remember that every 5 years we get to look at anything we put in this plan and provide updates or tweaks to make sure that we are on track and to reflect any new executive orders or any new legislation that is passed by our elected officials. Because of the long planning horizon, there will be a focus on the endpoints for transition. So you can imagine one of the endpoints would be moving all buildings, residential and commercial buildings, to electrification with zero carbon electricity. So those are the kinds of outcomes we will be looking for. We will also provide metrics. So we will have glide paths for technology and fuel deployment. So instead of just relying on the GHG emissions inventory each year to know if we're on track, we can look sector by sector and see if the fuels mix, if the energy mix and the deployment of that energy or that technology is on scale or on track to actually transform in a way to achieve the outcomes that we lay out in the scoping plan. Next slide, please. One of the key parts of developing a scoping plan is some of the GHG emissions modeling. And so the first thing that we do in GHG emissions modeling is we put out a path for what emissions look like if no action was taken. So the example that you see there is from the 2017 scoping plan. What you see in that dashed line are the actual emissions from 1990 to about 2017. And then you see that dashed line turn into a solid line at the top. That solid line hovering around 400 is actually the BAU from the 2017 scoping plan. And that's the reference scenario or business as usual scenario. The dotted lines with the circles are the actual targets. So what you see in a BAU or reference modeling exercise is where have emissions been, where are they going to go without any action, and where do we need to get them? And so this is the first step, is understanding the challenge ahead of us. And after we have that part of it established, we also have to design several mitigation scenarios. And mitigation scenarios are what are the paths, the technology mix or the fuel mix to actually reduce those emissions and close that gap between the reference scenario and the dotted lines. And so the design of mitigation scenarios is where we get to think about how we as a state want to move forward in reducing emissions, where we want to put effort in more than other places, where we can put effort more than other places, and looking at the trade-offs between the different choices. Next slide, please. So in designing the mitigation scenarios, there are a few things that we endeavor to achieve. We want to make sure that they are consistent with existing legislative mandates and executive orders. We need to make sure that they meet the GHG goals and that they work in concert with existing and emerging air quality programs. And so the mitigation scenarios are designed with some guideposts around them. And we have done some scenarios which don't actually follow existing mandates and executive orders, because we want to see, are there other paths that should be evaluated? But we endeavor to at least try and have them as close to existing mandates and executive orders as possible. The factors weighed by staff in picking a proposed scenario for board consideration. So you may have run about 3 or 4 design mitigation scenarios, and then the staff proposes one for the board, that they demonstrate consistency with statutes and EOs, and that we identify that in choosing that proposed scenario, we've balanced for several factors in statute, including benefits such as health and air quality, public health, costs to the state, to jobs, minimizing leakage, and the technological feasibility of actually deploying actions to achieve those reductions. Next slide, please. So example inputs for modeling include technology types, deployment rates over time period, fuel type, economic growth, population growth estimates, energy and fuel costs, cost for infrastructure and capital investments, and any fuel feedstock constraints. And it's important to recognize that in the modeling, we have to try and bound some of the inputs to actually be reflective of what we think is possible. We want to be ambitious, but we don't want to put in there something like a replicator from Star Trek, because those things are not technologically feasible or available at this time. But we do know things like wind and solar are available, and we may want to push harder on those kinds of known technologies. Next slide, please. The model that we are using, again, is going to be the E3 pathways model, and you'll hear a little bit more about it later on today. It is a state level model, and it can provide data on GHGs, fuel demand, and costs in aggregate for the state or by sector. The model was developed originally between multiple state agencies around 2013, and it was to look at, how do sectors interact with each other? What are the interactive effects if you increase electricity demand and transportation? What does that mean for the electricity sector? So it brings a strength that other models hadn't had at that time, which was interactive effects of changing policies in one sector and how it may influence another sector. The other thing to know about the pathways model is that we need to complete that modeling about 5 months prior to any publication of the drafts of the reports. And that allows sufficient time for us to take the GHG or fuel demand or cost data and then run subsequent analyses for air quality, health, economic, and other needs. And so this model is the first step in actually doing all of the technical evaluations on the mitigation scenarios that we would put together. Next slide, please. So I want to walk through some examples of the kinds of other analyses that we've done, and we're going to use the 2017 scoping plan. What you see here are the scenarios that we had. In 2017, we had 5. We had the proposed scenario, which ultimately became the one the board adopted. We had an all prescriptive regulation scenario. We had a scenario that switched out the cap and trade program with a carbon tax at the social cost of carbon. And we had an all cap and trade scenario. And then we had a scenario where we had a individual facility cap decline of 4% each year, and we still had a carbon tax on any emissions. And so, click please. What you start to see are the endpoints that we had. The first endpoint that we looked at was mortality for each of these different scenarios. Next. Hospitalizations. Next, please. And then ER visits. So we looked at 3 endpoints, and our goal this time is to expand on the types of endpoints that we will be looking at. There were some limitations in what we were using at the time, but since the publishing of the 2017 scoping plan, we have had the opportunity to think about what other endpoints we can actually quantify using the data from Pathways and which ones we should consider putting here. And we will be having a public workshop later to talk about the potential endpoints to include and which ones we should prioritize for this scoping plan. Next slide, please. Again, here you see the different scenarios that we had in the last scoping plan. There are 3 different economic pieces that we looked at related to the economics. The first was the GDP, and you can see the different ranges of impacts to the GDP in 2030 under each of the scenarios. The next was employment, and so we looked at what does that mean for jobs across the state. And finally, we looked at impacts to personal income or household income. So on a statewide level, we looked at these 3 economic markers, metrics, and we looked at those and evaluated those for all of the scenarios that were the mitigation scenarios. And it's this kind of analytical analysis in this slide and the previous slide that lets us weigh the trade-offs that the legislation calls for, because there's trade-offs for public health mandates, there's trade-offs looking at economics, there's trade-offs to look at the cost to the economy and jobs and minimizing leakage. And so there's nothing in state statute that says to prioritize one over the other. We have several statutes that actually repeat that we need to look at key pieces, and then we need to figure out through the analytical work how to balance those and where's the appropriate place to put an analysis or put a decision based on those trade-offs. Next slide, please. So again, the analysis for the 2022 scoping plan include under AB 197 the cost per ton of policy, the social cost of carbon. We use the Obama era values in the 2017 scoping plan. We know new values are coming under the Biden administration, and we want to use those in this scoping plan. And yet we still understand that those values may not fully encompass all of the impacts associated with climate change. And so in order to make sure that we're picking up at least the public health pieces related to climate change in a more comprehensive way, we are going to build off of what we put into the SB 100 report, look at new health endpoints, and use economic analyses to value those new endpoints to do a better job at actually encapsulating the public health and the economic impacts of more issues associated with climate change than the social cost of carbon has been able to capture. We also want to do a public health analysis. One of the key things that we've identified is that it's not just sufficient to look at a public health analysis on the scoping plan, what we propose as the scoping plan moving forward, but also to talk about what happens if we don't take action. So if we don't take action and we stay on the path that we're on, what is the impact of public health? And that is important because it allows us to understand, what we're risking by not taking action and what we're gaining by taking action when it comes to public health. We are required to do a CEQA analysis, and then there's an economic analysis, as I indicated in the earlier slide. Next slide, please. So the final scoping plan that goes to the board is an actionable statewide blueprint to align efforts to achieve the climate goals. But they're not just 3 or 4 measures in a scoping plan. It might be 3 or 4 outcomes or policies. And like the 2017 scoping plan demonstrated, the statutes and individual regulations can number in the dozens. And it's not just at CARB, it can be at other agencies, especially at the energy agencies, the planning agencies, and the natural resources agencies. And so every scoping plan has a rolled up identification of the actions we want to take, but in order to actually act on those actions, there may be dozens of regs and programs to make those actions actually materialize in the real world. The scoping plan is considered and adopted by our board. We do an annual implementation update to our board. A key thing that is important to remember is that the scoping plan, because of its nature, it's economic, it's long-term planning, it does not go into the specific details in designing an individual program or regulation. And it cannot supplant or create new statutes or regulations. It is a plan, and after that plan is completed, it triggers actions by agencies, but those actions are still in the context of existing authority and statutes and existing direction through executive orders. Next slide, please. After the scoping plan is updated, and this is something I just mentioned, agencies, including CARB, look at their programs to see how we align those to achieve the outcomes identified in the scoping plan. For us at ARB, that means taking dozens of regulations and plans and policies to the board for consideration. So if we look back at the implementation document we posted in 2020, it's pages and pages of reg after reg after reg that is supporting the CARB actions to achieve the outcomes of the 2017 scoping plan. And each of those regulations or plans and policies that is brought towards the board for consideration and adoption has their own more detailed public process and more detailed health, economic, and environmental analyses. Next slide, please. I do want to spend a couple of minutes to make sure that we all have a common understanding of what we're doing when CARB talks about carbon neutrality. And what you see there in that blue circle elliptical is that there's the AB 32 GHG inventory sources. So that's transportation, fossil fuel, industry, and energy generation. These are what is included in the 2020 target, the 2030 target. And these are the actions, these are the places where we focused action to reduce emissions. When we think about carbon neutrality, we can now pull in all sources and sinks because carbon neutrality changes that framework a little bit to think about sources equaling sinks. So now we have sources from natural working lands that have been sitting out there, but we also have sinks in the form of carbon capture and sequestration, direct air capture, and then natural working lands can also be part of the solution. Next click, please. And so we need to continue to reduce emissions from sources in the AB 32 GHG inventory. We know those sources are the cause of harmful local air pollution, and so we must continue to reduce those emissions. Next. We must also continue to reduce emissions and increase sequestration in natural working lands, and you will see that we've elevated the discussion on natural working lands as part of the scoping plan. And then we want to make sure that we continue to maximize all sinks with the goal of achieving net negative. It's great to be carbon neutral, but we've spent over 200 years as part of the industrial era spewing emissions into the atmosphere that were unexpected or not part of the natural cycle. And to the extent that we can start to pull those back out and sequester them, that should be a goal. Next slide, please. And this is just to give a sense of the kinds of guideposts that we operate under when we do a scoping plan. So for the 2022 scoping plan update, we're listing some of the key statutes, and that's not exhaustive. Those are just some of the key ones that speak to direction or things that we must consider in developing a scoping plan. We also have some executive orders sitting out there spanning back to 2005 under the Schwarzenegger administration, all the way up to the most recent ones issued by the Newsom administration. We also are going to be looking at the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee recommendations, public feedback, and then there's key reports that have been issued since the 2017 scoping plan that Chair Randolph mentioned that are going to help set the stage for how we move forward in developing this scoping plan. It's natural that between scoping plans, we don't just stop and halt all consideration or evaluations of efforts to continue to decarbonize. And so there has been substantial work across sister agencies with different parts of the administration looking at issues that are going to be relevant, such as transportation, jobs, electricity, economy-wide, and then the natural working land sector. And with that, I'm going to conclude, and I'm going to ask Deputy Executive Officer Chanel Fletcher to take the mic and share her perspectives on how we will be engaging with the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee for this scoping plan. Chanel?
Thank you, Rajinder. Okay, let me share my camera. Yay! I want to say a couple of points really quickly. And if you hear my 2-year-old in the background, this is just COVID life. I think a couple of things. I think the thing that I wanted to kind of emphasize is that there are a couple of ways when I think about the EJAC that I oriented in my mind. One is the role that is per statute, right? And that I think is simply what we've got directed from AB 32. And that is for us to convene the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee to advise the board in the development of the scoping plan and any other pertinent matters in implementation of AB 32. And AB 32 also requires the committee to be comprised of representatives from communities in the state with the most significant exposure to air pollution, including but not limited to communities with minority populations or low-income populations or both. I think it's really important as we're having this conversation to really ground ourselves in that statute and make sure that we're kind of, I think both that CARB and I think with the EJAC setting that kind of the expectation, right, that we're being very clear and intentional of when we're convening the Environmental Justice Committee, particularly as a scoping plan, also when we're implementation, and then in addition to that, really making sure that we're getting those representatives from communities with the most significant exposure to air pollution. One of the things that I also wanted to flag was something that I think we heard our longest standing EJAC member, Martha-Dina Aguayo, share earlier, right, that the EJAC was built into law to ensure that the promise of AB 32 doesn't exacerbate burdens to environmental justice communities, but actually provides benefits to these communities. And if I'm a little distracted, it's just because now my 2-year-old is screaming, but hopefully no one else can hear that. I think one of the things, that we know and we have heard loud and clear, both from our first EJAC meeting, but also just from our conversations with environmental justice advocates. One is, how are we integrating environmental justice into this process and into the key building blocks of the scoping plan? And I think that's clearly what we heard from Marta Dina Guello earlier, right? So even with, I think, the workshop, what does that look like for CARB for us to have that integration throughout the process, but also the product, which is the scoping plan. Other pieces that we heard are, how are we using environmental justice as a lens and asking this question for every part of the scoping plan and the process: is this the best approach and strategy for California's communities, especially environmental justice communities? And then I think the last question, and it's been a really big one that we've heard, repeatedly, is what will be different in this scoping plan process than what I think environmental justice advocates have seen earlier. As someone that has been at CARB for 4 months, I obviously can't speak or promise much yet, right? Because I've been here for 4 months. But some of the things that I think, I think, and when I say we, I mean myself, I mean Rajinder, I mean Richard Corey, I mean the chair, I mean the board, and there are some very invested board members. We're hoping for a couple of things, right? So we obviously are hoping for the EJAC to advise us as we develop the scoping plan. And as Rajinder pointed out, we're kind of evaluating that progress, that 2030 target, and then really looking at that longer time horizon around carbon neutrality. But other things that we're really hoping to explore, I mean, one big question for me is, what does it look like to build relationships and to build trust? I think one of the things that we very rarely call out, but is, I mean, fundamentally true, is that when we're talking about environmental justice, the way I always interpret it as basically a reaction to environmental racism. And when we're talking about environmental racism, who is the one that is like institutionalized that created the structures for it, and then like has made it systemic? That's been government, right? So I mean, I think even beyond the EJAC, there's just historic mistrust of government. So what does it look like, and how do we start to kind of, in some ways, break down those pieces of this trust, start to have those conversations where we're really honest and intentional in exploring that, and then start to think about, like, what does the path look like, the chart forward, that I think both parties kind of can understand and figure out. Another big question is, like, what does it look like to advance like community-driven solutions, to partner with the EJAC and residents in the most impacted communities to create a more just and sustainable future? And part of why I asked that question, right, is because it ties into kind of this bigger question for me of, like, when we're talking about advisory boards, what does it look like and mean to provide like appropriate and meaningful weight to EJAC recommendations? How are we collectively defining success? And I think these are big questions that I think will shape, I think, the scoping plan and the process, and even the work after that, right? Because I think the statute does talk about implementation of AB 32, and I think it's important for us to ground ourselves in some of these, harder questions and bigger questions, because a lot of it really is us thinking about, like, how are we doing this work, and how are we doing it collectively? How are we doing it together? What expectations are we setting? And what can we do? Other things I think that I'll say is flexibility. I think that this is a learning process, and it's probably painful to hear because AB 32 was passed in 2006. And I think, as Martha said, she's been on the EJAC for 2007. But it is a learning process, and I think I want to be open and I want to acknowledge that. And I'm not saying that in terms of like, we have an infinite amount of time to learn. Like, we don't. And I think, as Martha said, we are not waiting patiently, we being environmental justice communities. I think the point here for me is that, how can we, I think, as government, be flexible in terms of responding to comments and concerns identified in the moment? How are we adjusting our process in real time? And so I think, for example, we did hear those comments around integrating EJ and every part of it, and it not just being its own workshop, right? And so part of how we're trying to adjust that right now is, right, giving space for Martha to share at the opening. And we're not saying that that's enough, but it's like, in real time, how are we doing that work, and how are we being honest and transparent about sharing that? And that probably goes to the last piece, right, of like, how are we talking about collaboration and what that looks like, and having those kind of bigger conversations. So I say all of that because that's a lot of hopes and that's a lot of I want to say like a lot of hope and a lot of faith in some ways that by having, I think, those honest and transparent conversations about some of those bigger pieces around trust, around success, around calling out environmental racism, that it does, I think, get us to that goal that I started out with, which is that integration of environmental justice in the process and the key building blocks of the scoping plan, as well as using it for a lens. And I don't think we get there until we can have those honest kind of conversations. So that's my hope, I think, for kind of the EJAC and the role. And again, like I said, I think flexibility is going to be key in this process, and transparency and honesty will be as well. So thank you so much, I think, for having me, Rajinder, and I'm happy to turn it back over to you.
Thanks, Chanel. Appreciate your comments, and I appreciate all the collaboration that we've been doing to date, and look forward to working more closely with you as we move forward. Matt, I think this is all over to you now.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that, Chanel. Appreciate that, Rajinder. So we are we're running a little bit behind, but we're doing okay. So we are going to now move to an interagency perspectives on some of the key policy areas. And as Rajinder teed up, there are a number of key policy areas on GHG emission reductions within the purview of other state agencies, and several recent reports to inform the 2022 scoping plan. The first one that we're going to be talking about, AB 74 report to address transportation emissions and carbon neutrality. And so with us today, I have Louis Fulton, who will speak to driving California's transportation emissions to zero. And Lou is the director of the Sustainable Transportation Energy Pathways program within ITS at UC Davis. So Lou, I'm going to hand it off to you.
Thank you, Matthew. And you'll turn my slides, right?
That's right, yeah.
So yeah, nice to be here, and very interesting to hear the plans for the new scoping plan. We were involved with a number of UC campuses doing this study over the past year, and the study was released April 21st, so it's pretty new. And I'll just walk very briefly through some of the high points, and the study is out there. People can read all, I think it's around 400 pages to get many more details. Next slide. It was built on earlier UC, that's University of California Institute of Transportation Studies research funded by the state from the Road Repair and Accountability Act 2017, SB1, and Public Transportation Account. Next slide. And we had two major goals and many, many sub-goals with the study, but these are identify strategies to significantly reduce transportation-related fossil fuel demand and emissions, including actions that can be taken now, and first report to be the first report to comprehensively evaluate a path to a carbon-neutral transportation system by 2045, while centering equity, health, and workforce impacts. So we attempted to do those things. Cal EPA managed the study and was our sort of client for this study, and there were 4 ITS campuses involved. UC Davis led the study and worked with UC Berkeley, Irvine, and UCLA. Those are the 4 Institute of Transportation Studies campuses within the UC system, and you can see the link there, and if you just Google the name of the study, you'll easily find it. Next slide. We developed the left-hand list of guiding principles to work on through the study and make sure we're addressing those points. I think they're fairly similar to some of the things Rajinder presented about the scoping plan. And the right-hand column, which at the moment you're not seeing, is the chapter list in our study. So I'll just wait a second for that to come up. Maybe we have a little technical issue there.
Yep, bear with us just a second, we'll get the presentation back up.
I was seeing it, I just was, there you go. Okay, the structure on the right is basically the chapter structure of the document, and today I'm just gonna give you some high-level results, mostly about the first chapter on scenarios. But we had deep dives on light duty, heavy duty vehicles, travel, both passenger and truck travel, but a particular emphasis on measures to slow the growth of passenger light-duty vehicle travel. We had a big emphasis on fuels and decarbonizing fuels, and a chapter on that. There's a chapter on equity and environmental justice, on health, and on labor and jobs. So it's a pretty comprehensive report and study. Next slide. And we built it around one central scenario, but we also looked at a bunch of side cases, side scenarios, though this central scenario was the one that all of the different study teams used for their main analysis and built their own analysis off of this main transition scenario. It was also used by the study that was mentioned on eventually eliminating oil production in California, petroleum production in California, for a scenario of oil demand in California. And so I'll go right to the punchline here. Before I tell you that much about what's in the scenario, this is the low carbon scenario. LC1 is this central scenario. And you can see that it does cut the transportation CO2 emissions in California. This is domestic within the state CO2 emissions nearly completely by 2045 and even closer by 2050. It's over 90% of the way there. There are reasons we couldn't get all the way to 100. So we talk about that in the report, but it certainly gets very close. And on the right-hand side, you can see that it reflects a complete elimination of fossil fuel components in the transportation fuel system, close by 2040 and completely by 2045. And a couple of comments on that. The BBG and BBD you see in the legend there, that's bio-based gasoline and bio-based diesel. So it picks up all replacement fuels for gasoline and diesel, but probably being drop-in fuels rather than, let's say, ethanol, dominated by drop-in fuels after 2030. And these account for about half of fuel consumption in transportation by 2045. They're the orange and yellow. And the rest of it is hydrogen and electricity. Electricity is about 40% of energy in transportation. So clearly there's an awful lot of electric vehicles, cars and trucks in the scenario. And there's also a fair number of hydrogen fuel cell vehicles in that scenario. So the only CO2 emissions left in the system are CO2 emissions associated with fuel production and distribution, either electricity or hydrogen or biofuels. Next slide. We did a detailed cost assessment of these scenarios and compared them to a business as usual. And I won't have a chance to show you that business as usual today, but that does have a fair bit of CO2 reduction, but it's about a 40% CO2 reduction by 2045 compared to this 90-95% CO2 reduction in LC1. And when you compare the cost, oh, it is there, excuse me, it's on the left-hand side. When you compare the cost on the right-hand figure there, we looked at the cost of purchasing and operating all the road vehicles, cars and trucks and buses, and tracked as these transition to new technologies like electric vehicles, plug-in hybrids, fuel cell vehicles. We also looked at the cost of fuel, of the retail cost of fuel for gasoline, diesel, and all the alternative fuels and energy carriers, and then added it up across these scenarios. And then this figure shows the vehicle costs and the fuel costs, and then combined to give you the total costs in the aggregate for California. And you can see that for about the next 10 years, we are paying more, mainly because we're paying more for vehicles. It's flat going into savings on energy pretty quickly, mainly because the cost of running vehicles on electricity is cheaper. Given their efficiency advantages, it's cheaper than gasoline or diesel, that given the prices that we expect, which we assume to be fairly flat. And then after 2030, it goes negative. So you get cost reductions from batteries, you get cost reductions from the prices of fuel cell systems, other components scale up and you get cost savings. So there's quite a few assumptions in there, but we get into very, very strongly negative cost, savings, strongly positive savings after 2030. And it adds up to a net increase in the total costs of vehicles and fuels out to 2030 of somewhere in the range of $10 to $15 billion for the state. but after 2030, out to 2045, the savings are between 150 and 175 billion dollars. So there's enormous savings. That's the payoff. It's like the first 10 years are the investment, and then there's an enormous payoff. Okay, next slide. Here is a snapshot of the 4 major scenarios that we considered. The LC1 is there that I just talked about. We also looked at a high ZEV scenario, a high fuel cell scenario, and a high liquid fuel scenario. And so just in brief, the LC1 actually hits light-duty vehicle ZEV sales 100% by 2040. And that scenario we already had in place and had gotten pretty far with it by the time the governor's executive order came out in October. And so that became the high ZEV scenario. It was already, and we just decided to keep it that way. So we do a lot of analysis of that high ZEV scenario where we hit 100% by 2035. Same thing for trucks. The governor's executive order does not say trucks have to be new trucks. These are new vehicles, incidentally. Does not say they have to be 100% by 2035, but it does say that as feasible, the stock should be 100% ZEV by 2045. So 2035 is a reasonable proxy to get close to 100% by 2045 stock. Fuels, the remaining liquid fuels are decarbonized using biofuels or possibly e-fuels or electrofuels, if you will, using the electric grid and carbon capture to produce hydrocarbon fuels by 2045. That's an important and challenging part of this that is not getting that much attention, but we still need a lot of liquid fuels in 2045 before we fully transition. And we also have a big analysis of travel, VMT, vehicle miles travel. After a considerable amount of analysis, that team settled on a simplified reduction of 15% by 2045 relative to the BAU. That means about a 15% reduction per capita, because in the BAU, the travel per capita is flat and it grows with population. And then there's a lot of strategies there about getting a 15% reduction. Of course, the targets are to do even better, but that's what we included in these scenarios. High fuel cell uses the LC1 ZEV sales, but increases the number of fuel cell vehicles and mostly lowers plug-in hybrid electric vehicle sales. And the last one is a high liquid fuel scenario, which is also basically a slightly slower ramp up of ZEVs, leaving more liquid fuels to decarbonize. So we looked at that. And I don't have any further results to share today, given the time constraints, but I can say that the 4 scenarios do not come out that different in terms of cost. It's a few, and there's enough uncertainty in these costs when we do our sensitivity analysis that we can't really say definitively which one would be the cheapest, but they're all within the range of 10 to 20 billion additional costs over the next 10 years, and then savings of 150 billion or more after that. The amount of the speed at which you have to ramp up ZEVs varies fairly significantly, and that's an important issue in terms of policy. And the amount of biofuels you might need is pretty significant, and especially as advanced biofuels. And that is, of course, more in this high liquid fuel scenario. So there are questions about how you would produce that, where you would produce that we get into. I won't talk much about policies. I think I'm out of time, but there's a policy analysis throughout this document, and we, of course, hit on all the major things you would expect. We need ongoing ZEV targets and probably ZEV mandates to get there. We're going to need financial incentives to households and to fleets to buy these vehicles until we at least get to break even kinds of costs. We need tremendous amounts of refueling and recharging infrastructure to go out there. I think the scoping plan is going to get into all this, but we also show some very specific numbers in our report about what we think those things need to look like over the next 25 years. And I think with that, that's it for me. Let's just go one more slide. Yes, thank you. And if there's a Q&A session, I'll be happy to take Q&A or do it offline.
All right, thank you, Lou. Actually, we're going to go ahead and move along to the next presenter. I do want to flag before I do that This morning, we posted the copies of presentations on our scoping plan website. And again, this workshop is being recorded for folks to view later as well. So thank you, Lou. I'm going to now hand it to Kyle Ming. Kyle is the Associate Professor at the University of California, Santa Barbara, and he will tell us about enhancing equity while eliminating emissions in California's supply of transportation fuels. Kyle, take it away.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to present our work. So our team at UC Santa Barbara was tasked with study 2, which looked at the supply side of the transportation fuel sector. Next slide, please. So I'm presenting here today, but I'm really representing a very large team of over a dozen PIs, researchers, and staff members have been working for over a year, largely remotely, on generating this 350-page report, which we will have a link at the end for you to get to. Next slide. So just to establish some basic facts. So when we talk about the transportation fossil fuel supply sector, we're thinking primarily extraction and refining. And as Rajendra earlier mentioned, we're in a current moment where this segment of the California economy contributes about 1% of state GDP, 11% of annual greenhouse gas emissions, but proportionally is a larger share of sources of criteria and toxic air pollutants. So this segment, refining and extraction contributes about a quarter of criteria air pollutants across the state, as well as toxic air contaminants, and then employs 0.2% of the statewide workforce. Breaking down into extraction and refining, extraction itself contributes 4% of statewide emissions and supplies about 30% of fuels ultimately consumed here in California. It is very spatially concentrated. 91% of extraction is concentrated in just 5 counties in the state. And this, in the aggregate state level, overall state extraction has been declining since the mid-1980s, to the fact where today California is the 7th largest oil producing state, whereas in the mid-80s it was the largest state in the country. Turning to refining, the refining segment contributes 7% of statewide greenhouse gas emissions, all of which pretty much goes to meet California demand. And just like extraction, is very spatially concentrated. Nearly all of refining activity in California is concentrated in just 5 counties in the state. Next slide. So we set ourselves with the task of trying to inform state efforts to manage an equitable decline of in-state transportation fuel supply out to 2045. And importantly, we're trying to do this in parallel with a decline in demand for these fuels coming in from study 1. It's important to do supply and demand jointly, because what you don't want is, for example, for the demand for these fuels to go down, and then for California to be exporting these products, or conversely, you don't want supply to be going down and demand not to be going down. So we work closely with study 1 to kind of examine joint pathways on both supply and demand side. And in particular, the research question we set out to explore, what are the outcomes in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, but also local air pollutants, criteria pollutants, and toxic pollutants, and their associated health impacts, as well as labor market impacts of various statewide policies aimed at reducing direct greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation fossil fuel supply sector. A key component of how we think about our analysis is to explore in a very spatially explicit way how a variety of decarbonization policies can actually help reduce well-established existing inequities in air pollution. So there are many ways for the state to reduce its emissions from the supply side, but we were particularly keen on understanding a subset of those pathways such that existing inequities in air pollution exposure across the state can actually be narrowed as the state overall decarbonizes. Next slide. To do that, there wasn't really an off-the-shelf model that will allow us to kind of answer these questions, so we built it in-house. What we did was take the demand coming in from study 1. We built our own kind of empirically grounded model of oil extraction and refining, built in a number of policy levers that could affect extraction and refining activity, as well as macroeconomic conditions, and then model how pollution exposure or pollution emissions would change across the state We fed that into a very kind of fine scale atmospheric transport model that then examined exactly in a very spatially explicit way how that changes the spatial distribution of pollution exposure across the state, which is very important for equity and health considerations. And then also took our model and paired it with a very detailed labor market model to understand how labor market dynamics change at the county level across the state. We also looked at how changes in production extraction in particular would potentially change county level tax revenues. Next slide. There's a lot to go into this study. In fact, this model allows to generate nearly 2,000 different scenarios of decarbonization pathways out to 2045. What I'm going to focus on here in the brief time that I have is to highlight 6 very detailed scenarios trying to illustrate what are some of the potential dynamics that the state can consider when looking into decarbonization policy. So for the extraction segment, we looked at a business as usual scenario, as well as an 80% reduction in oil production coming in from a production quota that is going to be kind of distributed through auction permits. So it has equivalence to something of the form of like an excise tax on gasoline extraction, crude oil extraction, as well as taking that together with a 2,500 foot setback on new and existing wells that has been being considered in various political debates here in California. From the refining segment, what we look at is a business as usual fuel demand study scenario coming in from study 1 that Lou just mentioned, as well as 2 kind of decarbonization scenarios where we take that plus making different assumptions about changes in fuel exports, either kind of maintaining historic levels or reducing export levels from historic levels. Next slide. Here are the annual greenhouse gas emissions pathways from 2019 to 2045 for extraction on the left and refining on the right. Across the 2 kind of low carbon scenarios, we model a 90% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from a segment. This is relative to a business as usual reduction of 44%. Remember, this extraction has already been historically declining in California since the mid-80s, and we projected that will continue in our model. On the refining end, we find that the study 1's decline in fuel demand will drive a 21% decline in greenhouse gas reduction emissions from refiners, but that if we additionally consider policies that restrict exports, you can reduce emissions further from refiners by 56% and 69%. Now, these numbers don't go up to 90 or 95% reduction, in large part because even as the state fuel demand decarbonizes, there's still going to be need, absent major technological change, for liquid fuels, in part either through hydrogen or for heavy vehicles or aviation. And so some of the remaining demand for liquid fuels is going to continue to drive refining activity in the state. And that's something that is going to be a particular area that's important for technological change and kind of various kind of policy measures. Next slide. Like I said earlier, our model has the ability to look very carefully in a spatially explicit manner on various different health consequences. We're going to focus for now on looking at morbidity associated with changes in primary and secondary particulate emissions, PM2.5, from 2019 to 2045. In extraction in particular, we find that looking at our 2 decarbonization scenarios, that we would see large gains in reductions in morbidity of between 17 to 39% for extraction, with, again, large gains primarily concentrated in a handful of counties, Kern County and Los Angeles counties in particular. On refining, we also see similar drops in morbidity between 18 and 28%, sorry, large drops in mortality deaths. And again, also very spatially concentrated, largely in Los Angeles and Contra Costa counties. And when we looked at also similarly morbidity outcomes in terms of coming in from data from hospitalizations and ER visits, we see very similar effects. I want to mention that these estimates are likely understating the total health benefits of decarbonization. Why? Because we're only looking at one particular pollutant, PM2.5. Other pollutants, including toxic contaminants, are likely to go down as well, and those will contribute to even greater health benefits as this sector decarbonizes. Next slide. On the labor market end, we can quantify as extraction and refining activity declines, how does that change both direct employment in counties that have that are active in this in refining and extraction, as well as indirect employments that's due to kind of spending by workers in this particular segment. So in extraction, we quantify that there will be a decline in labor employment of between 18 to 29%, again, concentrated heavily in Kern and Los Angeles counties. And then in refining, decline in labor employment between 14 and 37%, concentrated largely in Los Angeles and Contra Costa counties. Now, I want to highlight that this is likely, these numbers are likely overstating the job losses, because there's likely going to be, as one sector contracts and the green sector expands in California, a transition for workers in oil and gas extraction and refining to the expanding green sector. We are unable at this moment to look at that transition, but the possibility of that transition would actually mean that there are going to be more job market opportunities for these workers than currently stated in the numbers before you. Next slide. Finally, we want to think about a little bit more carefully about current policy considerations. So recall, in the last couple of slides, I just highlighted numbers, quantities coming up in 6 detailed scenarios. But in our modeling exercise, we actually, in the full report, we considered a full suite of scenarios that we looked at, going up to almost 2,000. One of the important things we showed is that absent any current additional policy measures, that the existing oil and gas extraction sector will experience declining emissions even without further policies. The question then is, how will different policy measures like setbacks add to this decline? One thing we found is that current proposed setback distances alone of 2,500 feet would only increase the decline from 2019 to 2045 of 44% out to 49%. Even if you were to increase the setback distances up to a mile, the predicted decline in emissions from extraction will only go up to 58%. Now, there are many reasons for wanting to do setbacks, largely for kind of protecting the health of residences and communities near oil wells. But in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, the benefits are not as big, or will not alone lead you to the full decarbonization that the state wants. The other thing that we found that was very interesting, as we mentioned earlier, you can decline oil and gas production in the state, but what's important is how you order the decline across existing oil fields in the state. And depending on how you order that, there could be different equity benefits. In particular, what we show in our modeling is that if the state uses a production quota or a severance tax, that mechanism reduces oil production more from high cost of extraction wells or fields, and those fields tend to be located upwind of disadvantaged communities in the state. What happens is that as you decline production in those oil wells, you actually generate what we call an equity co-benefit. More of the cleaner air that's going to come from those reduced productions is going to be experienced by current disadvantaged communities and other communities. And so thinking carefully about how different policies could differentially favor or disfavor different communities across the state can have real important consequences for whether or not existing EJ or gaps in pollution exposure can actually narrow or widen as the state decarbonizes overall. There's a lot more. Next slide. There's a lot more in the study. Again, we model almost 2,000 scenarios. There's over 350 pages, and we look forward to opportunities to interact with others on the details of this study. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Really appreciate that. So I'm going to move us along here to the next presentation, and so we're going to move to the electricity sector. So planning for zero carbon electricity was required by SB 100. Tara Weeks, Senior Advisor Chair Hochschild at the California Energy Commission, served as the product manager for the initial 2021 SB 100 Joint Agency report. She will give us an overview of the assessment report along with some of the key takeaways. So Tara.
Thanks, Matthew. Hi, everyone. So the report was developed jointly by the Energy Commission, Public Utilities Commission, and the Air Resources Board. So I'd just like to recognize Chair Randolph, Chair Hochschild, Chair Nichols, Commissioner McAllister, and Commissioner Gunda for their leadership on this report, and of course our colleagues across the agencies. We released the final report in March along with a summary document, both of which are available on the Energy Commission's website. And today I'm just going to provide a high-level overview of the report, and my colleague Liz Gill, who is the technical manager for the report and is now an advisor to Commissioner Gunda, is going to provide a little bit more detailed analysis on SB 100 during the Wednesday session. And are my slides up? I don't know if I just can't see them.
Yes, your slide's up, and we're on the second slide with Senate Bill 100 as the title slide.
Okay, perfect. So SB 100 passed in 2018 sets a goal of powering 100% of all retail sales sold in California and state agency loads with renewable and zero carbon resources. It also expands the renewables portfolio standard to 60% by 2030 and requires the CEC, CPUC, and CARB to use existing programs to achieve the policy and issue a joint SB 100 report every 4 years. So the report we just released is the first of such reports. Next slide, please. SB 100 is central to achieving the state's goal of economy-wide carbon neutrality, using clean electricity to increasingly power transportation, buildings, and industrial operations, helps decarbonize these sectors, which along with electricity generation account for 92% of the state's total carbon emissions. Next slide, please. And of course, in addition to serving as a key pillar in the state's efforts to mitigate climate change, SB 100 can also benefit residents across the state by improving public health, primarily through reduction in criteria air pollution, as clean resources replace fossil fuel in generating electricity. Also advancing energy equity, for example, by reducing the public health burden in disadvantaged communities where a disproportionate number of the state's fossil gas power plants are located. And lastly, it can support a clean energy economy by helping to restore thousands of clean energy jobs that were lost during the pandemic and create many more high quality jobs and career pathways. And in a moment, I'll talk about the actual magnitude of resources that we're projecting that we'll need. And while it will definitely be a challenge to meet this goal, it also presents a huge economic and workforce opportunity. Next slide, please. So now onto the report itself. The report is really the first step to evaluate the challenges and opportunities in achieving 100% clean electricity by 2045. It includes an initial assessment of the additional energy resources and the resource building rates that will be needed to achieve the goal, along with initial assessments of the associated costs. And so I just want to point out that the estimates in this report are intended to serve as a foundation for future work and will change over time as additional factors like system reliability, land use, energy equity, and workforce needs are more closely examined. Next slide, please. Just really quickly, the report was informed by a diverse array of interests through nearly a year and a half of public workshops, including scoping workshops held across the state. We also consulted with the California Balancing Authorities and the Disadvantaged Communities Advisory Group, which advises the CEC and CPUC on energy equity issues. Next slide, please. So for the analysis, we modeled renewable and zero carbon resources to meet our clean electricity needs. We included resources that are either already RPS eligible or have zero on-site greenhouse gas emissions. So for our core scenarios, we included only commercialized technologies that already have publicly available and vetted cost and performance data. So kind of erring on the side of existing technologies. Specifically, these resources included new and existing solar PV, existing solar thermal, new and existing onshore wind and new offshore wind, new and existing geothermal, new and existing bioenergy, new green hydrogen fuel cells, existing small and large hydro facilities, and existing nuclear power plants. And so this list isn't static. It will continue to be updated in the future, excuse me, as emerging technologies mature and come to market. Next slide, please. So our analysis indicated that in order to meet our SB 100 goals while also electrifying large portions of the economy, California will need to roughly triple its current electric grid capacity. Excuse me. So on this slide, we see the projected new clean energy resources in comparison to what we have on the grid today. And so looking at 2045, our modeling projected that we'll need nearly 70 gigawatts of new utility scale solar, 30 gigawatts of new customer solar, nearly 50 gigawatts of battery storage, 4 gigawatts of long duration storage, more than 12 gigawatts of onshore wind, 10 gigawatts of offshore wind, and 100 megawatts of geothermal. And so these resources are projected to increase annual costs by about 6% above the baseline that we had of 60% RPS by 2030. And so I'll point out that these results are intended, again, to be directional. There's a lot of factors, including emerging technologies, increasing the amount of load flexibility that we have, changes in cost of technologies, a lot of factors that can impact these numbers. But this analysis is really intended to give us basically a sense of scale in long-term planning out to 2045. Next slide, please. And so to achieve this massive build out of renewable energy and storage resources, we're projecting the need for sustained record-setting project development rates all the way out through 2045. And so this includes a tripling of solar and wind build rates from our 10-year historic average and an 8-fold increase in battery build rates from 2020. In addition to modeling our core SB100 scenario, we explored several sensitivities and scenarios. One of these sensitivities was a high demand flexibility scenario that included, next slide, please. Great. So one of these included a high demand flexibility scenario that included 6 gigawatts of load flexibility. And this additional flexibility resulted in reduced new battery capacity, increased gas plant retirements, and lower overall cost. We also modeled several what we called study scenarios, which are outside the direct scope of SB100, that are intended to inform broader state planning efforts on energy, climate, and public health. So this included a no combustion scenario where all combustion resources, including gas-fired power plants, were retired by 2045. And these initial results indicated this scenario would increase annual costs by about 12% in 2045. Next, a zero carbon firm resource scenario included the option of generic zero carbon firm resources, and these basically serve as a proxy for the commercialization of emerging technologies such as green hydrogen combustion or natural gas with 100% carbon capture, or could be a proxy for a reduction in the cost of existing firm resources such as geothermal. And when these resources were included, they decreased annual electricity system costs by about $2 billion or 3% in 2045. And lastly, we modeled several scenarios that accelerated the SB100 target to 2040, 2035, and 2030. And the initial results indicated that these targets may be achievable, but would also likely increase overall costs. So again, these findings are preliminary and do require some further analysis. Next slide. And so here are the key takeaways from the SB100 modeling. So first, this initial analysis suggests that SB100 is technically achievable through multiple pathways. Second, in order to meet SB100, construction of clean electricity generation and storage facilities must be sustained at record-setting rates. Third, modeling showed that diversity in energy resources and technologies lowers overall costs. It also showed that retaining some natural gas power capacity may minimize costs while ensuring uninterrupted power supply during the transition to 100% clean energy. However, increased energy storage and advancements in zero carbon technologies may reduce those natural gas needs. And finally, further analysis is needed as this is just the initial assessment of the 2045 policy. Next slide. So specifically, the additional recommended analyses include First, verifying that the scenario results satisfy the state's grid reliability requirements across a broad range of conditions. Second, continuing to evaluate the potential effects of cost-saving emerging resources such as offshore wind, long-duration storage, green hydrogen technologies, and demand flexibility. Third, assessing environmental, social, and economic costs and benefits of the additional clean electricity generation capacity and storage needed to implement SB 100. And finally, holding an annual workshop to support alignment between the joint agencies and continuity between the SB 100 reports. So we're already pursuing efforts that build upon these results, including some near and medium term grid reliability assessments, which are being led by Commissioner Gunda. We're also doing some initial scoping of SB 100 implementation, including looking at land use and transmission needs, led by Commissioner Douglas. And we'll continue to engage with environmental justice organizations to think through how to better incorporate non-energy benefits and social costs into SB 100 planning, which will complement the work underway at CARB and the PUC in this area as well. So this will very much be an ongoing effort, and we look forward to continuing to work with CARB and the PUC to coordinate SB 100 with the scoping plan, with IRP, and with other relevant proceedings to meet our goals. And I will end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. Appreciate it. So I'm going to go ahead and move to Simon Baker. Simon Baker is the Director of Cost, Rates, and Planning in the Energy Division at the California Public Utilities Commission, and he will share a presentation on decarbonization related to planning and procurement of the resources needed to support SB 100. Simon.
Good morning, and thanks for the opportunity to present here today at this important workshop. The scoping plan is vital to guide the state's achievement of climate goals. And the PUC has a big role to play through complementary policies and the electric integrated resource planning process that we oversee for the utilities and other PUC jurisdictional entities. And today I will briefly touch on some key accomplishments and share some PUC perspectives about issues to be mindful of throughout this process. Next slide, please. The PUC is principally responsible for policies to decarbonize the electric and gas utility sectors. And we also have a role to play in other sectors. We can see from the slide that the power sector has cut GHG emissions almost in half since 2008. The state's renewable portfolio standard policy, and more recently, the IRP process, which orders procurement to meet GHG targets for the sector, are key drivers of this trend. No other sector has accomplished as much. Next slide, please. A look at renewable energy generation over the past 4 decades, according to CEC data through 2019, shows the success of renewable policies such as the RPS. The fastest growing resource is utility scale solar, which represents 35% of renewable generation due to its resource availability and least cost attributes. Overall, 63% of California's retail sales is served by non-fossil resources. Secretary Blumenfeld noted the achievement of nearly 95% of CAISO loads met by renewables on a day in April this year. Including generation from nuclear, this was almost 100% carbon-free. Looking ahead, PUC jurisdictional entities are procured to exceed RPS targets through 2025, as reported in our most recent report to the legislature. All these renewables on the grid are driving down the need for gas-fired generation and emissions, and they're contributing to fossil fleet retirement. The challenge we face now is how to integrate these renewables and transition to an even higher levels of carbon-free generation while maintaining reliability and affordability. Next slide. Today, there's 5,400 megawatts less gas-fired generation on the grid than there was 10 years ago. The remaining fleet runs less often with a growing supply of must-take renewables, resulting in 30% less generation and 40% less GHG emissions. We have retired close to 20,000 megawatts of gas in the past 20 years, and the gas fleet has been fully transformed to the best available combined cycle technology. We had over 15,000 megawatts of old, inefficient gas steam units. By converting to high-efficiency units, we have reduced the environmental impacts of electricity and provided a foundation for the integration of variable renewables. Next slide. Looking ahead to the new resource build over the next 2 years, more than 8,000 megawatts of new clean energy resources will come online, including 3,000 megawatts of new wind and solar, nearly 2,200 megawatts of battery storage, and 2,800 megawatts of solar plus storage. By summer 2022, storage will have the ability to meet 8.5% of net peak load. Next slide. This slide shows storage procurement activity since 2006 and out to 2023. More than 1,000 megawatts is online today, double of last year. The short duration lithium-ion batteries, which predominate in the fleet, are helping to integrate increasing amounts of solar and intermittent resources. But we need to make progress in CAISO markets to ensure these resources operate efficiently. And we need to bring long-duration storage technologies to market. Next slide. Rajinder and Tara spoke earlier about the SB 100 Joint Agency Report. This slide compares the resource build-out trajectory to 2030, as indicated by the 38 million metric ton portfolio produced in our IRP process, compared to the 90% by 2035 zero carbon electricity equivalent studied in the SB 100 report. We can see that they align very well. Through the IRP process, the PUC is required by statute to identify a diverse and balanced portfolio of resources that provides optimal integration of renewable energy in a cost-effective manner. The PUC is currently reviewing IRP plans of load-serving entities, including a 38 MMT portfolio we directed them to file. While the current electric sector target is set at 46 MMT, two proposed decisions now out for comment would indicate that the Commission is strongly inclined to adopt the 38 MMT target in a decision later this year. The two proposed decisions would order 11,500 megawatts of additional net qualifying capacity to come online in the years 2023 to 2026. The purpose is primarily to ensure reliability. However, this same procurement supports long-term GHG goals, since the volume of capacity is similar to what's required by a 38 MMT target. We present these numbers in terms of NQC, or net qualifying capacity, because this more accurately reflects the resource's contribution to reliability. The equivalent in terms of nameplate capacity is roughly 17,000 megawatts. Breaking it down further, the proposed decisions would order 2,500 megawatts of firm zero-emitting resources by 2024 to fully replace capacity from the Diablo Canyon nuclear facility. And by the 2026 to 2028 period, 1,000 megawatts of long-duration storage resources, 1,000 megawatts of firm or dispatchable zero-emitting resources, and an investment signal for up to 300 megawatts of green hydrogen. This investment signal for clean, firm resources is so important, as recent studies show the critical role these resources will play. A concerted statewide effort to bring these resources to market is needed. Next slide. Even as we plan to ensure electric system reliability through the IRP, the PUC has an open docket to examine how to manage the gas system through California's clean energy transition. For example, we're learning that the reliability implications of decarbonization initiatives to scale back gas infrastructure has more serious consequences on the gas transmission and storage system than the distribution system, which constitutes 95% of pipeline miles in California. While the PUC is committed to clean energy goals, we remain focused on bread and butter issues in this proceeding, as is our mandate, such as maintaining reliable gas service, mitigating against price spikes, and ensuring safe, reliable, and affordable gas service in a time of declining fossil gas throughput. Why? Because if we don't manage the transition carefully, bad outcomes, such as reliability events, such as happened in Texas in February this year, price spikes such as we saw in 2018, which cost nearly $1 billion, or an affordability crisis could jeopardize progress towards our climate goals. And other states and jurisdictions are watching. Next slide. Climate adaptation is another important proceeding for us, where we're working collaboratively with sister agencies and communities. In a 2019 decision, we adopted a working definition and required utilities to use the California Climate Change Assessment reports in their planning activities. This set the foundation for utility infrastructure planning and risk assessments going forward, moved adaptation from something theoretical to an institutionalized part of utility planning, and made it quantifiable and actionable. In a 2020 decision, we required utilities to conduct assessments to gauge the vulnerability of their systems to climate change impacts, and particularly how they should engage with the most vulnerable and disadvantaged communities in conducting these assessments. Next slide. An issue of growing concern for us is affordability, and evidence we are seeing that disadvantaged communities are disproportionately impacted by rising energy costs. This is a dimension of the equity conversation that isn't always highlighted. PUC staff developed electric rate forecasts together with estimates of natural gas rates and gasoline prices to estimate total energy bills for a representative high energy usage household located in a hot climate zone. This figure presents results for SDG&E's service territory. PUC staff's projections are for electric rates to go up, not track inflation. But we recognize that forecasting rates is inherently uncertain. The forecasts are based on some worrisome trends we've been seeing, particularly due to the high cost of wildfire mitigation and grid infrastructure investments, as well as declining sales from behind-the-meter resources, such as rooftop solar. These projections show that for price-sensitive households, bills are expected to outpace inflation over the coming decade. The implication is that if household income only increases at the rate of inflation, energy bills will become less affordable over time. These impacts disproportionately affect low to moderate income Californians in hotter climate zones. There are actions the state can take to apply downward pressure on rates and overall energy costs. For example, a well-managed effort to move customers to all-electric homes and electric vehicles could result in over $100 reduction in overall monthly energy bills, according to staff's analysis. But this means that customers will need to adopt technologies that could require large upfront investments. In the absence of subsidies and low-cost financing options, this could create equity concerns for low to moderate income households and exacerbate existing disparities. Next slide, please. Mindful of rate pressure and affordability concerns, the PUC believes the scoping plan process must stay focused on the lowest cost opportunities for GHG abatement economy-wide. The slide from a 2018 CEC-sponsored study shows where renewable electricity stacks up relative to lower cost options in other sectors. The success of key strategies such as transportation and building electrification will depend on maintaining electric cost affordability. We can't lose sight of that. Next slide, please. We face some big challenges to decarbonize the building sector. 12% of statewide GHG emissions come from thermal use in the building sector, and we've made little progress on this. This needs to be a major focus of all our activity going forward, including the PUC. We are heavily reliant on gas heating in California, especially in the residential sector. The slide shows current funding levels for decarbonization programs that we oversee. Compared to energy efficiency and other policy areas, the amount of funding is modest. The largest program, TEC, will roll out heat pump incentives later this year. TEC aims to transform the market for these technologies over the coming years. However, cost effectiveness challenges remain. Next slide, please. Building on the success of the Joint Agency Steering Committee, where CARB, the CEC, PUC, and CAISO coordinate on forecast assumptions, we need to ensure consistency so that infrastructure planning decisions align with the scoping plan without jeopardizing reliability or exacerbating rate pressures. Transportation electrification, building electrification, and energy efficiency assumptions in particular have a major influence on planning needs in our infrastructure assessments. On transportation, the PUC adopted a transportation electrification framework to provide a more strategic and streamlined process for utility investments in EV infrastructure. We've been coordinating closely with the CEC on our infrastructure decisions based on its AB 2127 infrastructure study. And going forward, we need to better understand what steps regulators in the market need to take to ensure that scoping plan strategies are cost-effective, ensure grid reliability, recognize long lead times to build grid infrastructure, and ensure viability from a driver, adoption, and supply chain perspective. On building decarbonization, we'll be examining our gas line extension policy later this year, and we intend to look at broader decarbonization policy issues in the open docket that we have. And pursuant to SB 1440, we're evaluating whether to require a renewable gas procurement mandate for gas utilities. It's worth highlighting a recent decision in our energy efficiency docket that moves us toward measuring utility energy efficiency goals based on total system benefits, including GHG emissions, rather than just energy savings. And we think this will pivot program designs to reduce more emissions. Finally, we're seeing a lot of interest among sophisticated commercial and industrial customers to implement microgrids and potentially defect from the grid. The combination of electric rate pressure and better economics with solar plus storage, plus small thermal generation is driving this trend. This could have implications for GHG accounting and cap and trade design to address these sources if they leave the power sector. There's a lot to say about the PUC's role in this process, and I hope these thoughts have been helpful. We look forward to collaborating with CARB and stakeholders going forward. Back to you, Matt.
All right, thank you, Simon. So I'm going to transition now to non-combustion GHGs, and I'm going to give a presentation here on addressing short-lived climate pollutants in California. So short-lived climate pollutants, or SLCPs, are potent climate-forcing gas with relatively short atmospheric lifetimes, and this includes methane, black carbon, and some fluorinated gases such as HFCs. During this presentation today, I'm going to walk through the state strategies and actions to address short-lived climate pollutants. Next slide, thank you. So the legislature recognized the immediate climate benefits could be achieved by controlling SLCP emissions through the passage of SB 1383, which requires CARB to adopt and begin implementing a short-lived climate pollutant strategy by January 1, 2018. CARB adopted this strategy in March of 2017, and the measures in the strategy are a key part of the state's 2017 climate change scoping plan. I'm going to walk through each of the individual short-lived climate pollutants now, so let's look at methane first. Methane in California originates from a variety of sources, with the largest sources being dairy and livestock operations, landfill organic waste, and oil and gas facilities. For context, California's total greenhouse gas emissions in 2018 were 425 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. So statewide, when compared on a CO2 equivalent basis, methane emission represents about 9% of California's total greenhouse gas emissions. In addition to being a powerful greenhouse gas, methane also contributes to global background levels of ozone in the lower atmosphere, which makes it harder to attain health-based ambient air quality standards in California. California has more than 1,300 dairies and 1.7 million milking cows in the state, and as a result, California's dairy and livestock operations are currently the largest source of statewide methane emissions. SB 1383 requires dairy and livestock methane emissions to be reduced by up to 40% by below 2013 levels by 2030. There are multiple mitigation actions and strategies that can be implemented to help mitigate methane from the dairy and livestock sector. And to date, these actions have focused on manure management-based strategies, such as capturing methane through the installation of anaerobic digesters and putting the methane to beneficial use, and implementing alternative manure management strategies aimed at preventing the formation of methane in the first place. Enteric fermentation represents another area of focus that may hold significant potential for methane emission reductions from the sector. Methane inhibiting feed additives are currently the most promising, offering up to 30% reductions based on initial studies. CARB is following these studies and strategies very closely. Next slide, please. To date, California has developed a multi-agency suite of programs to achieve significant methane emission reductions from the dairy and livestock sector, and CARB administers 3 of these programs. Under the cap and trade program, the compliance offset protocol for livestock projects allows qualifying dairy and livestock anaerobic digestion products to generate and sell carbon credits, providing important revenue for these projects. Similarly, the low carbon fuel standard, or LCFS, allows dairies and livestock anaerobic digestion projects to generate and sell low carbon fuel standard credits for renewable fuel and electricity delivered to the transportation sector. While not a California specific program, the US EPA also operates the Renewable Fuel Standard Program, or RFS, which allows dairy and livestock digester operators to generate and sell renewable identification number RIN credits, much like the LCFS. The state is also providing direct grants via California Climate Investments, which is funded by cap and trade auction proceeds. The CCI program has provided almost $289 million for approximately 230 dairy digester and alternative manure management projects over the past 6 years. These programs are administered by the California Department of Food and Ag, or CDFA. The CPUC also administers 3 programs aimed at incentivizing methane capture at dairy and livestock projects. The first program, the Bioenergy Market Adjusting Tariff, or BioMAT, offers long-term contracts with fixed prices to dairy and livestock digestion projects that deliver renewable electricity to the grid. The second program, established by 1383, commits $319 million in rate recoverable funding over the next 20 years to cover infrastructure costs from 6 dairy biomethane pipeline injection pilot projects. And then the final program, created by AB 2313, offers cost-sharing grants for dairy and livestock biomethane pipeline injection project infrastructure. The combination of these programs has led to important dairy and livestock emission reductions, and we still need additional reductions to meet the 2030 target. Moving to landfill methane. Landfill fugitive methane is the second largest source of methane emissions, making up over 8 million metric tons of CO2 each statewide. Methane at landfills comes predominantly from the decomp of organic waste in landfills, and organic waste makes up over half of the landfill waste stream. To minimize these waste sector emissions, next slide, please. To minimize these waste sector emissions, we need to employ strategies to improve control of methane emitted from waste already deposited in landfills and divert as much new waste as possible for food security to recover valuable nutrients, improve soil health, and generate clean energy. The organic waste stream includes an estimated 1 million tons of edible food that can be recovered through food rescue programs. And we can also recycle the remaining inedible materials into compost, fuel, and other products. For gas capture control systems at landfills, these can minimize fugitive emissions from waste that has already been deposited. And then on the monitoring side, methane hotspots research has shown that methane leaks from landfill services can be unpredictable, fluctuating from day to day, but new remote sensing technology offers the ability to monitor these fluctuations more frequently than in years past. CARB's research division has recently concluded a successful pilot program to show that these fluctuating leaks can be located by aerial methods and remediated on the ground by landfill operators. Next slide, please. Similar to the dairy and livestock sector, there are a number of initiatives the state is implementing to reduce methane from organic waste. For over 6 years now, CalRecycle has been using cap and trade auction proceeds to fund grants and loans for compost, anaerobic digestion, and edible food recovery projects. And CalRecycle also recently finalized regulations that require the diversion of 75% of organic waste from landfills by 2025 and recovery of at least 20% of edible food that is destined for landfills. Both CalRecycle's incentives and regs will help minimize landfilling of organics, which in turn reduces future methane emissions. CARB also administers 2 programs that help meet the 1383 targets by supporting methane capture and use. The first is the landfill methane regulation, which requires gas collection and control systems at landfills. And the second is the LCFS program, which again provides an incentive for organic waste pathways using anaerobic digestion and including co-digestion at wastewater facilities for fuels. Moving forward, we expect that CalRecycle's organic waste regs will significantly address the new methane emissions by diverting waste. CARB's incentive programs will help support additional biogas collection and use, and CARB's landfill methane regulation will help address emissions from waste deposited at landfills. On the oil and gas side, this is the 3rd largest source of methane emissions in the state, and almost 3/4 of the fugitive methane emissions from the sector come from natural gas leaks that occur in the 200,000 plus miles of natural gas transmission and distribution equipment. Next slide, please. In March of 2017, the board adopted the oil and gas methane regulation to help address these leaks. The regulation builds off of existing air district rules targeted at reducing VOCs and includes additional areas and equipment not covered by local programs. The regulation went into effect in January 2018 and requires quarterly leak detection and repair surveys to ensure that any leaking components are identified and the emissions are mitigated. CARB has been working with the local air districts together to implement this regulation over the past few years. In January 2017, the CPUC, in consultation with CARB, approved a decision which requires gas corporations to implement 26 best practices for methane leak detection, quantification, and elimination in order to reduce methane emissions from commission-regulated pipeline facilities. All right, and now on to HFCs. I'll give Jordan a second here to catch up on the slides. If you could go to slide 13. There we go. All right, thank you, Jordan. HFCs are synthetic gases that are used in a variety of applications, but mainly to replace ozone-depleting substances in aerosols, foams, refrigeration, and air conditioning. HFCs are among the most potent widespread climate pollutants in the world and some of the fastest growing SLCP emissions in California. Controlling HFCs emissions is critical because HFCs have a powerful impact on climate as they trap heat in the atmosphere at a rate thousands of times that of carbon dioxide. California began taking action on HFCs in the early 2000s and has since adopted additional measures and regulations to reduce HFC emissions. Can you go to the next slide, please? CARB has also adopted an offset protocol for ozone-depleting substances, capture and destruction, and adopted an HFC regulation, which, when combined with the requirements in SB 1013, are collectively referred to as California SNAP. CARB has also established the fluorinated gas emission reduction incentive program to increase adoption of low GWP refrigerant technologies in the supermarket and industrial sectors. Next slide. This slide shows the potential GHG emissions from HFCs in 2030 under a BAU scenario, which is up to 27 million metric tons of CO2e by 2030, as well as the HFC emission reduction target of 10 million metric tons codified by SB 1383. The area on the graph between the BAU and the emissions goal shows the measures I mentioned previously that the sector will use to achieve the target by 2030. Next slide. Black carbon is a component of fine particulate matter and has a very short atmospheric lifetime, resulting in very high spatial and temporal variability. Anthropogenic sources of black carbon include on and off-road mobile equipment, residential wood burning, stationary fuel combustion, and other industrial processes. Forest-related sources also include non-agricultural prescribed fire and wildfire. Next slide, please. CARB has employed a variety of strategies that have drastically reduced particulate matter and black carbon emissions from mobile sources, including lower emission standards, clean fuel requirements, in-use rules, incentives, and investments in research and new technology. Measures have also been implemented at the state and local level to reduce PM and black carbon emissions from non-mobile sources, such as programs to reduce emissions from agricultural burning and residential wood smoke. Next slide. Since adoption of the 2017 scoping plan and the short-lived climate pollutant reduction strategy, California has continued to make progress reducing SLCPs through a mix of incentive and regulatory approaches. And while these California-based programs are California-based programs, they can also be a model for other jurisdictions looking to reduce emissions from oil and gas, ag, landfills, and other industries. We are proving here in California that significant reductions in SLCP emissions can be achieved using cost-effective technologies and strategies. And as implementation continues on these important programs, we will look for new technologies and strategies to further reduce SLCPs. Over the coming months, as part of the scoping plan effort, we'll be evaluating our progress towards our 2030 SLCP reduction targets, and we'll also be evaluating the potential for SLCP emission and mitigation opportunities post-2030. Thank you, and I went through it quickly to try and get us a little back on track. I am going to now pass the baton to Amanda Hansen. Amanda, if you're on, she is the Deputy Secretary for Climate Change at the California Natural Resources Agency, and she is going to pivot us into a discussion on national working lands and the climate smart strategy. Amanda, I will hand it to you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Amanda Hansen. I'm the Deputy Secretary for Climate Change at the Natural Resources Agency, and I'm really thrilled to be joining everyone here today to kick off the 2022 scoping plan. I'm going to provide some background on the role for nature-based climate solutions to contribute to the scoping plan and our carbon neutrality goal. I'm going to try to do this in such a way that I can also read ahead here. Okay, great. So as Chair Randolph outlined, climate change impacts are occurring at a much faster rate than we expected, and we need all tools available to help us achieve carbon neutrality to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. Our natural and working lands represent a critical yet underutilized tool in California's fight against climate change. And Governor Newsom issued the Nature-Based Solutions Executive Order to close this gap and fully harness natural and working lands for California's climate fight. This executive order outlined a comprehensive nature-based solutions agenda for California, but I'm going to focus on just one of the deliverables it called for in my remarks today. Next slide. Before diving in, though, I just wanted to start with some basic background. So what are nature-based solutions? What is the natural and working lands sector? When we talk about nature-based solutions, we're talking about actions that work with and enhance nature to help address societal challenges. And natural and working lands is the term that we use in California to describe the nature-based climate solutions sector. These lands can cover 90% of the state's 104 million acres and consist of the iconic landscapes that we know and we love, our forests, wetlands, croplands, community green spaces, grasslands, deserts, and more. These natural and working lands can sequester and store carbon, supporting California's goal of carbon neutrality. They can also reduce climate risks and build resilience to future climate impacts. The good news is that climate smart land management can greatly accelerate California's ability to stop contributing to climate change and our ability to adapt to its impacts. The bad news is that inaction will result in falling short of the deep reductions needed to avoid the worst impacts of climate change, and disturbances to our natural and working lands, such as severe wildfire, land degradation, land conversion, reduce or eliminate the ability of our lands to sequester this carbon, to protect people and nature from the impacts of climate change, and emit more emissions than they store. Next slide. So in addition to the climate benefits that nature-based solutions can deliver, there are also broader equity, economic, and environmental goals that these actions can support. So a few examples: climate smart forest management supports long-term carbon storage and reduces the threat of catastrophic wildfire. These sort of nature-based solutions in our forests can also capture and clean our water supply, improve air quality, provide habitat for wildlife, and support local economies through tourism, jobs, recreation, and forest products. Increasing natural vegetation in cities and communities, such as trees and parks, increases carbon sequestration, builds resilience to, for example, extreme heat and flooding. And these nature-based solutions can also reduce building energy costs, reduce vehicle miles traveled, allow soils to absorb water. They can expand access to nature for communities that do not have access. They enhance biodiversity. They can reduce the impacts of pollution and increase the quality of life for communities. And then a third example of sort of the benefits that these solutions can deliver, I would point to healthy soils practices on crop and ranch lands, which increase soil carbon and function for improved fertility and plant growth for crop production and forage on rangeland. They also increase water storage for flood and drought resilience, increase the biodiversity of soil, and provide pollinator and beneficial insect habitat. Next slide. So while our lands offer significant opportunity to meet California's climate goals, we've never had a comprehensive long-term vision for how they will do so. So as I mentioned, one of the deliverables of the executive order on nature-based solutions is a natural and working lands climate smart strategy, which is really intended to close that gap. So we're excited to be aligning relevant existing state efforts under one cohesive strategy and to prioritize nature-based climate solutions that deliver on these broader goals. A successful natural and working lands climate smart strategy will accelerate and expand climate smart land management across California. It will increase carbon removal and sequestration through nature-based climate solutions, protect vulnerable communities from climate-driven threats, and better leverage funding and other resources to be able to really deliver significant action at the speed with which is required. We're also interested in exploring how this strategy can identify pathways to allow us to really track the level of our collective action in this space and measure our progress. Next slide. So this is an attempt to identify or walk through how these plans sort of all fit together. And you know, as you can see, California has a number of sector-specific plans. So our forest and wildfire action plan, our water resilience portfolio, et cetera. And all of these plans have nature-based climate solutions that we want to pull together in one place so that we can see what that looks like as a comprehensive portfolio of action. And the intention of the Natural Working Lands Climate Smart Strategy is to then inform sort of the two overarching climate plans in California, the scoping plan and the state adaptation strategy. And the way that we're thinking about the relationship with the scoping plan in particular is, you know, the Natural Working Lands Climate Smart Strategy is going to set out the what, and the scoping plan is going to set out the how much. So with that, I will wrap it up and just say thank you again, and I look forward. Oh, I I guess we didn't advance the slides. I'm sorry. Here's the final slide there, guys. Anyway, thank you so much. And I look forward to listening into the rest of the conversation.
Yeah, thank you, Amanda. And I will apologize. We are having a little bit of difficulty with GoToWebinar and the PowerPoints. So as I mentioned earlier, they are going to be, or they are actually posted now on our website for folks to follow along to. And so you can reference the slides on your own. I am now going to hand it off to Sarah White. She is the last in our interagency panelists, and she will be talking about work that the Workforce Development Board has done to put California on a high road for a jobs and climate action plan by 2030. And she will also be working and presenting with Shreyas Jakar. So Sarah, I'm going to hand it to you.
I think I'll lead us off, and then I'll turn it over to Sarah. Hi, everyone. Shreyas Jakar, not Jaktar, with the California Workforce Development Board. I'm an interagency policy specialist for equity, climate, and jobs. And I want to thank the Air Resources Board for including us in this workshop today, and also including the AB 398 report, which I'll talk about briefly in just a moment. And just really, again, want to express gratitude for being included in this process and for being here today, and really want to recognize the importance of creating high quality jobs and increasing access to those jobs for disadvantaged populations as we transition to carbon neutrality. And that was noted in several remarks earlier today by Chair Randolph and Secretary Blumenfeld and others. So I'll say a few words about the state's efforts to create a high road economy in California, which is defined by a commitment to economic equity, climate resilience, and quality jobs, or equity, climate, and jobs for short. So first I'll talk about the AB 398 report, and then I'll hand it off to Sarah White to talk about the just transition work. Next slide, please. So in 2017, Assembly Bill 398 was signed into law. It directed us at the Workforce Development Board to examine the effects on employment and training from implementation of the state's climate change scoping plan. And it gave us specific directives to also look at ways to increase disadvantaged community members' access to good jobs involved in mitigating climate change. We commissioned the UC Berkeley Labor Center to produce the report, which we submitted to the legislature last year. The report is called Putting California on the High Road, a Jobs and Climate Action Plan for 2030. It is, I think, the biggest of the reports mentioned here at 636 pages, and really looking at issues of job quality and job access in all of the major industries and the occupations involved in climate change mitigation. Very quickly, I'll say that the report is organized by scoping plan sector. It looks at those issues of job quality and job access in each of the sectors. It provides recommendations as well as real-world examples where climate policy and programs have integrated high road measures that result in good jobs and greater access to them for disadvantaged workers, while of course reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide. I'll just give it a second to get to the next slide. Thank you, great. You know, as we say here, the report really offers a vision for uniting California's bold climate action and shared prosperity agendas. And with the time that we have today, I'll just walk through some very high level takeaways from the report. And starting at the top, you know, climate policies and investments impact the number and type of jobs in the economy, as well as the quality and the accessibility of those jobs. Most often, when we're looking at economic impact or economic analyses of climate measures, we're really focused on modeling that tells us the number and the type of jobs in the economy. And too often, there is not enough attention paid to job quality and job access. And those are absolutely critical measures of how we're achieving our climate change targets. And so this report, I think, is kind of a first attempt to really sort of comprehensively look at those issues. And This not only aligns with the direction in the statute, it aligns with our high road agenda here at the Workforce Board, the Labor Agency, and I think across the Newsom administration. Number two, attention must be paid to job quality when seeking to increase economic equity through climate policy and investments. There's a lot to say here. Very quickly, I'll say that every industry, every occupation has better and worse conditions and practices. There are high road and low road employers throughout every industry. The point here is that if we want to improve equity and economic equity specifically, it's really important that we are clear and intentional about connecting folks to quality jobs. That's how we'll actually move the needle on inequality and disparity that we find throughout labor markets and throughout our economy. And then lastly, deliberate interventions are necessary to advance job quality and access as we continue the movement towards carbon neutrality. Those interventions take two different forms, if you will. On the demand side of the labor market is where we talk about jobs and the employers that provide jobs and where we can best address job quality. And supply side interventions are focused on workers and the entities that educate and train workers. That's where we can best affect job access and equity. So both demand and supply side strategies are critical. And really, this is, I think, very similar to the theory of change with our scoping plan, our environmental justice mandates that you need to be deliberate and intentional. These things don't just manifest on their own. We need to be thoughtful and have proactive policies and program interventions to ensure the kind of labor market outcomes that we seek. And perhaps this goes without saying, but without doing that, we're simply going to replicate or even exacerbate the existing inequalities and the disparities that we see in the labor market. Next slide. So I wanted to just offer one concrete example of where our efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions has been complemented by efforts to increase the creation of high quality jobs and greater access to them for disadvantaged populations. And as you see here from this image of a state office building going up in Sacramento, this might be the new resources agency building in downtown. This is an example where not only are we, constructing new buildings that meet high energy efficiency and probably other kinds of environmental standards, such as water conservation. It is also in a case where the state's Department of General Services took the initiative to establish a community workforce agreement for the work being done on this job site, which addresses job quality, wages, benefits, dispute resolution mechanisms between workers and management, et cetera. And the community workforce agreement ensured that there were slots on the job for folks from target populations in the Sacramento area. So these demand side measures were absolutely critical to not only, again, ensuring job quality, but also job access. And to complement this, to make that, to actually create a pipeline for disadvantaged workers onto this job site, one of our, at the State Workforce Board programs called High Road Construction Careers was critical. The two folks that you see on the right-hand side have completed that program. They are now in a registered apprenticeship program, and they are apprentices on the work site, helping to put up these new state office buildings in Sacramento. That is only possible because, again, the state took it upon itself to intervene and actually establish both job quality and job access measures that guide the development or the construction of these office buildings. There's many other examples. The state's renewable portfolio standard, and really more specifically, the build out of utility scale solar is another great example where project labor and community workforce agreements have complemented the effort to reduce emissions through clean energy generation in that case. So encourage folks to check out the report for more examples like this throughout different scoping plan sectors, but hopefully this gives you an idea of the types of measures that are needed, again, to make sure that we're addressing and increasing economic equity as we move to carbon neutrality. So I'll end there and hand it off to Sarah White with the Governor's Office of Planning and Research.
Hey, thanks, Shreyas. Good morning, everyone. Just want to second Shreyas's word of thanks for including us in this process. I want to talk just briefly about a process that's going on that we think should connect to and interact with the scoping plan update. So that is the state's just transition roadmap, which is coming out this summer. I should say I'm Sarah White. I'm the Senior Advisor for Jobs and the Economy in the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, and we're working closely with the Labor Agency to develop a high road transition framework, which is sort of the next step in some of the information that came out of the 398 report. I should say, I want to flag here that if you have read all 600 pages of the 398 report, and I think some of you probably have, there is a chapter in there on just transition. What we're doing with the just transition roadmap is much bigger and broader than what's in there. So it is not only a continuation of that work, but an expansion of that work. So when we say just transition, I just want to say that we're calling it now a high road transition. Just transition is an old and contentious term, has a lot of baggage. We're talking about something broader than a transition away from fossil fuels. We are talking about a transition to the high road, a transition that is just because it makes sure that all Californians benefit from the transition to carbon neutrality. And we do this by taking a high road approach, which Shreyas described is an economic development strategy, right? It is a set of principles that are about equity and job quality and sustainability, where by sustainability we mean congruence with the state's carbon neutrality goals. This applies to a wide variety of economic transitions that are going to have to accompany the scoping plan implementation. So if we go to the next slide, I want to say that we have to think very broadly about this as the state grapples with not only climate change impacts, but different paths to carbon neutrality. We are talking about adaptation, resilience, and mitigation, and the economic impacts of all of those activities. And this looks very different in every sector and every region. Forest management in the Sierras is very different than agricultural transitions in the Valley. We know that oil and gas in Kern County looks very different than oil and gas in LA. We know that when we talk about transportation, we're talking about construction and manufacturing and driving and operations. So there's no simple way to put our arms around an economic change in a single sector. It is different by sector and different by region. So the roadmap that we are developing for California is not a plan for a single industry or a single sector. It is a set of principles and practices. It is a framework for approaching this change that is community-centered and regions-up decision-making. We can go into more detail another time about what that looks like, but I think if we pull up the next slide, I just want to be very clear that the high road transition in California is not a single solution. There is no magic set of clean jobs that are going to replace the old jobs that may be disrupted. There is not a single training solution which is going to go take workers in one region whose livelihoods are being disrupted and plug them into a new industry overnight. This is a long game. But the good news is that we know how to do it. But we're looking at this in 5 different elements. There are 5 different conversations that are part of the roadmap. One is economic diversification. This is about creating the high road jobs and the tax base that is necessary to support the quality of life that all Californians expect and deserve. As we are approaching carbon neutrality, what does that look like in each community? We also are talking about industrial planning. This is an integrated plan for each regional economy. It is about transformations within each industry that is impacted by climate change or climate policy. And those conversations look very different in every industry. And we'll see this also by every climate scoping plan sector. The workforce development is probably the most common approach to a high road transition, but I want to stress again that there is no one-to-one trade-off in old and new jobs. This is not simply a training solution. There simply aren't enough quality jobs out there to move people into, which is why Shreyas is talking about the fact that the state in all of its endeavors, wherever we spend money or regulate policy or makes investments, we have to think about the kinds of jobs that we are creating or incenting or signaling. So we create more quality jobs. Labor markets are complex. Where we do want to think about training, the great news is that we have the state's framework for high road training partnerships, which include the high road construction careers, which Shreyas mentioned, and that is a high road approach to training that we know how to do and can be implemented in every sector of the scoping plan. The last piece, well, not the penultimate piece, if I will, would be the safety net, because there also is a conversation about short term. This is a long-term economic development and carbon neutrality transition process. But in the short term, some folks are going to need more support. This looks like federal packages or actually things that are negotiated with individual firms around training, around early retirement, around wage subsidies, about unemployment as a package of benefits, which we have to improve delivery on. And the last thing I think is probably the most important, and the way that we really want to think hard with you about the way the scoping plan intersects with the high road transition map, which is that it's all about regional partnerships, right? So just transitions are forged in regional dialogues. The state is not going to sweep in and say, look, here's your just transition plan. The state helps convene regional dialogues with government at the table, yes, but also labor and management and community. And it's in that process with the broader set of stakeholders who are also part of CARB stakeholders, right? Philanthropy and education and the public workforce and human service systems. Those all come to the table to support workers and families and communities as they plan for long-term change and the economic transformation which is required by carbon neutrality. So as we're laying out this roadmap, this summer, in fact, and setting the scope for work over the next 5 to 10 years, we very much want to integrate that with the work of the scoping plan, and are delighted to have been here to talk to you a little bit about that, and look forward to working with you and partnering with you on bringing these two processes closer together. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Shreyas, and thank you, Sarah. So we are about 7 minutes behind schedule, so we're doing well. I am now going to transition to the next portion of the day, which is a discussion on, or a presentation, I'm sorry, on the preliminary carbon neutrality evaluation and the modeling and target setting. So to do this, we've got about 40 minutes or so of time set aside, and we're going to start with work from E3. So in 2020, CARB sponsored a modeling study called Achieving Carbon Neutrality in California. This work provides a basis from which to begin scenario design for the 2022 scoping plan. Today, Amber Mahone, a partner at the Energy and Environmental Economics, or E3, will provide an overview of that work. In addition to E3, University of California Irvine and Rhodium Group will contribute to the 2022 scoping plan update. Mike McKinnon, senior scientist at the University of California Irvine, and John Larson, a director of Rhodium Group, will overview the health and economic analysis, respectively. So at this time, I'm going to hand it off to Amber and take it away.
Great, thank you, Matthew. This has been a content-packed morning, and I've certainly enjoyed hearing all of these presentations, and I'll continue the trend, throwing some more information at you. Please go to the next slide. So I'll be starting by talking about a study that we did last year with the Air Resources Board that was sort of a preliminary look at carbon neutral scenarios for California. And then I'll transition to giving a brief overview of the analytical support that E3 and our team, UC Irvine and Rhodium Group, are providing to the Air Resources Board around modeling to support the 2022 CARB scoping plan. Next slide. So this first section, as I said, is just a review of a report that we published with the Air Resources Board last year. And next slide. And this work built on analysis that we have been doing for the state over many years. We supported the Air Resources Board on the last scoping plan update, which was in 2017, using our California Pathways model. We then looked at scenarios that achieve an 80% reduction by 2050 with support from the California Energy Commission and funding from EPIC research grants in 2018 and 2020. And then just last fall, we published this preliminary report on achieving carbon neutrality by 2045. Again, sort of building on some of that research and modeling that we've been doing in California for several years now. Next slide. So just a little bit about the analytical framework that this is based on. We use a model called Pathways, or the California Pathways model that E3 developed that looks economy-wide. It calculates energy consumption by sector based on technology representation of buildings, vehicles, end uses within buildings. We look at industrial energy demand, pulling in assumptions about non-fuel and non-CO2 greenhouse gas emissions to come up with a picture of economy-wide greenhouse gas emissions over time, looking out to 2050. And the tool it's not an optimization model, it's designed to be a scenario-based tool. So we're pulling in research from other sectors, other reports to inform these assumptions. We're trying to reflect a range of policy drivers and estimating cost of different technology transformations through this model. Next slide, please. So just to lay the groundwork of what we were trying to do with this preliminary study, we were focused really on the energy systems and technology transformations, both energy and non-combustion, non-energy greenhouse gas emissions. We weren't doing a deep dive into carbon dioxide removal or natural and working lands, which you could consider as, the other two pillars of this important stool necessary to support carbon neutrality. But we will be in future work looking to our colleagues at the Air Resources Board and other state agencies to help inform assumptions about what may happen with natural and working lands going forward. Next slide, please. We evaluated 3 different scenarios as part of this preliminary work. The high carbon dioxide removal scenario reflects a high electrification future, lots of energy efficiency, electrification in buildings, transportation, strong representation of low carbon fuels. Basically, you incorporate ambitious adoption across basically every emission reduction strategy that we can consider, and end up with still some reliance on carbon dioxide removal in this scenario. An even more ambitious scenario, kind of the other bookend, was the zero carbon energy scenario that adopts earlier and faster, more complete electrification in a range of scenarios. And then uses zero carbon fuels to offset all remaining fossil fuel use in that scenario by 2045. The balanced scenario sort of falls in between those two bookends, resulting in an intermediate level of greenhouse gas reductions between those two scenarios, which I'll show you on the next slide. So this figure shows a representation of California's statewide greenhouse gas emissions in these 3 scenarios. You can see that by 2045, gross greenhouse gas emissions are falling by between 80% to 92% relative to 1990 level emissions. The range in 2030 is a reduction of between 40 to 45% relative to 1990 levels. The zero carbon energy scenario gets to the lowest level of greenhouse gas emissions. And in all of these scenarios, carbon dioxide removal, natural and working land strategies would be needed to counteract the remaining gross energy system emissions. Next slide. This figure sort of zooms in on where the sources of emissions are in 2045 for those 3 scenarios. And you can see that the total amount of carbon dioxide removal required in these 3 scenarios ranges from 33 million metric tons on the low end for the zero carbon energy scenario. And that is removing CO2 equivalent to the remaining emissions that in that scenario are really only coming from high global warming potential gases, or those super pollutants that Matthew mentioned in his presentation, or other non-combustion emissions. In the high CDR scenario, you see 80 million metric tons of gross emissions remaining, and that's again coming from high GWP gases, as well as a small amount from electricity, transportation, and industry and agriculture and buildings. Moving on to the next slide. This is an animated slide, so Jordan, you can just go ahead and kind of click through. This illustrates some of the key milestones on that balanced scenario, the sort of middle scenario that I presented, in terms of the key sectoral transformations, with building electrification hitting 100% of sales by 2035, high levels of energy efficiency in buildings. We've assumed that we've been able to fully decarbonize the industrial sector by 2045 through a combination of hydrogen, carbon capture and sequestration, and electrification. We're also using zero carbon fuels to offset fossil fuel consumption, and we're getting to a 100% zero carbon generation mix by 2045. Next slide, please. So the next few slides are just going to walk through a few of the key findings kind of by fuel type. This figure shows electric loads in terms of electricity demand by sector. In 2045, you can see that there's increasing loads coming from building electrification, as well as from fuel production to produce hydrogen using clean electricity, grid electrolysis, as well as electrification in the transportation sector, and some increase in electricity demand in industry as well. So that results in an increase of 50 to 90% electric demand, which will of course implicate renewable procurement and resource planning on the electric grid. Next slide, please. In terms of low carbon fuels, for the three scenarios, you can see here by 2045, this is energy demand for hydrogen, synthetic natural gas, biomethane, and liquid biofuels. The highest demand, not surprisingly, is in the zero carbon energy scenario, because we are fully offsetting all fossil fuel demands in those cases. So we're seeing a massive transformation of the fuel sector in these cases, basically requiring a ramp up of biofuel production as well as hydrogen production. Next slide, please. Fuel combustion is shown on this slide, and this is a proxy for what the air quality or human health benefits of these scenarios may look like. Now, in this analysis, we didn't do a formal air quality analysis, which will be part of the scoping plan, as has been mentioned. But you can see here that in all of the scenarios, there's a dramatic reduction in fuel combustion by 2045, with the lowest total combustion in the zero carbon energy scenario. And here the fuels are being mitigated with carbon capture and sequestration, and there's very little fossil fuel consumption remaining in these scenarios. Next slide, please. So we took a high-level evaluation of the risks associated with these scenarios. As I've mentioned, the scenarios all require massive transformations of the energy system, but on balance, the high CDR scenario implies a slightly higher implementation risk in terms of the deployment of carbon dioxide removal strategies. The low carbon energy scenario relies less on the emergence of these new technologies, but has a higher technology adoption risk scenario, because it's relying more greatly on the adoption by consumers of electric end uses in buildings in the transportation sector. So the next slide, just to summarize the key findings of this study, we identified some least regret strategies for getting to carbon neutral. We see these strategies commonly across work that we've done in other parts of the country and that other studies have identified as well, which is that energy efficiency is essential to bringing down the cost of achieving these scenarios and reducing the need for other zero carbon fuels. Transportation and building electrification are critical strategies, as is zero carbon electricity to support the transition of those new energy demands onto the electricity system. We'll need investment in zero carbon fuel to decarbonize sectors where electrification is expensive or may not be practical, particularly in the heavy duty transportation sector, off-road transportation, and in the industrial sector. We will need very ambitious reductions in non-combustion emissions, as well as investment in research into carbon dioxide removal technologies, which appear to be important in all of these carbon neutral scenarios. Next slide, please. So that concludes my quick summary of the preliminary California carbon neutral scenarios that we evaluated last year. Now I'll transition to just briefly introducing the analytical support that our team will be providing to the Air Resources Board as part of the 2022 scoping plan. Next slide, please. So the analytical team, the consultant team, is made up of three firms. Energy and Environmental Economics. My firm will be supporting the state and the Air Resources Board in developing new pathways scenarios using the California Pathways model that I just described. We're the prime contractor for this work, and we will be transferring the results of those scenarios that we will develop in conjunction with CARB and the state agencies and stakeholders, EJAC, and the UCI team will take those results and run an air quality and health impact analysis, which Dr. Mike McKinnon will describe in a moment. And those results will also be used to inform an economic analysis that the Rhodium Group will perform using InPlan, which John Larson will describe after that. So with that, next slide, please. I'll turn it over to Dr. Mike McKinnon to describe UC Irvine's public health analysis portion of the project. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Amber. We can go to the next slide. So as several folks have mentioned this morning, the mitigation measures within the scoping plan scenario will not just reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but they'll also reduce emissions of criteria air pollutants. And those pollutant emission reductions will go on to achieve improvements in regional air quality. And we have a strong body of evidence in the literature now that's demonstrated that those benefits are substantial and important to consider. So our role in this project is going to be to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of the public health savings that result from improvements in outdoor air pollution resulting from the implementation of the scoping plan. In order to do that, we're going to use essentially a long modeling chain, which I have detailed below. Very briefly, we will downscale the output of pathways to a criteria pollutant emissions inventory, which will allow us to project the emissions to the year of study. We will then use an emissions processing tool to spatially and temporally resolve those emissions. We need to know where and when the emissions occur. That's important for air quality modeling. The emissions will then serve as an input into a sophisticated air quality model that'll allow us to resolve the atmospheric pollutant concentrations at 4 kilometer by 4 kilometer resolution statewide. We will do that for both the reference scenario and the scoping plan scenario, and then the difference in air pollution will then serve as an input into a health impact assessment. We will use a tool called BenMap. BenMap will quantify and value the public health savings that result from that improvement in air pollution. One of the things that's very important to note with this, by using this approach, we're not just quantifying the health savings, but we're developing a spatial understanding of where they occur. And that's very important for various reasons, including interpreting the results through the framework of environmental justice impacts on disadvantaged communities. So the results will be used in several ways. It'll support the scenario selection process, and as Amber noted, it will also provide input into the economic modeling that John will discuss. Next slide, please. So the model that I wanted to highlight is the air quality model that we will use, which is called CMAQ. CMAQ is a widely known and widely used model for various research and regulatory purposes. CMAQ is a chemical transport model which allows us to simulate atmospheric chemistry and transport. And the reason that's important is that it allows us to resolve the impacts not just on primary air pollutants, those are the ones that are emitted, that comes out of a truck tailpipe or an industrial stack, but also secondary air pollutants, and those are the ones that form in the atmosphere. Secondary air pollutants play a very important role in overall air quality in California, including ozone, which is essentially smog, and also important fractions of PM 2.5 that are secondary. So by using CMAQ, we'll be able to comprehensively translate the emission reductions into regional air quality impacts. So CMAQ's a powerful tool, it's a wonderful tool, but it's also very computationally intensive. To simulate the air quality at that resolution statewide is computationally intensive. So we have various approaches within the simulations, including annual simulations, which provide essentially a year of simulation, which allows us to comprehensively assess the public health savings. And we also use episodic simulations, which are several weeks and correlated with high pollutant formation periods. So we'll be considering the use of both of those approaches in this work. So our modeling setup has been verified with observational data, and you see some of the details here. You can go to the next slide. So as I mentioned, one of the most important components of this, and echoing a lot of the discussion here this morning, is to consider these impacts within disadvantaged communities. So historically, we have several approaches we've done to do this, ranging in complexity from simply quantifying the total health benefits within DAC to the rest of the state, to potentially including other additional metrics such as the Suits Index, which is what you see here on the bottom right, which is essentially a modified Lorenz curve to evaluate the distribution of the health benefits within the DAC. Another approach we've used historically is on the bottom left, which is case studies of individual DACs that may be identified as priority. So this is certainly a major focus of our work. And with that, I think I will hand off to John.
Thanks, Mike, and thanks, Amber. Thanks, everybody. I'm John Larson. I direct U.S. energy research at the Rhodium Group, an independent research firm that works on pathways to decarbonizing the U.S. and global economy, as well as quantifying the economic impacts of climate change on the global economy. We have our climate team is primarily based in Oakland, California, and this is our first scoping plan, and we're very excited to be a part of it. Next slide, please. So Rhodium has a lot of expertise in looking at both federal economic impact analysis as well as state-specific economic impacts, and has done a lot of work in conjunction with our own energy system analysis and others to conduct a lot of work over the past few years, including active work at the federal level and also state-specific work on climate change, decarbonization investments recently across the Midwest and previously in Hawaii and other places. For the scoping plan, as Amber mentioned, we will be working closely with E3 and UC Irvine and ARB to quantify the macroeconomic impacts of the scoping plan scenario. So quantifying the change in state gross domestic product in California from different packages of action as contemplated in the scoping plan. To do that, we're going to use the in-plan model. It is an industry standard economic impact model that we have experience using both at the federal level and state level. We will be doing this looking at quantifying the economic impacts of the scoping plan scenarios in 2045 based on the change in energy expenditures resulting from policies in California, as well as changes in investment for decarbonization. And then from there, we will be looking at estimating the economic impacts at the state and county level, and looking at how the air pollution benefits from Mike's group also provide economic impacts, primarily benefits, both statewide and then at the county level across California. So I think this will be our first analysis incorporating the air quality benefits into an economic impact analysis, and I think will be a very important new addition to the scoping plan process that's not been done before. In addition to that, Rhodium is an active and founding member of a consortium called the Climate Impact Lab, which also includes University of California, Berkeley, and 2 other academic institutions that quantifies, that works on improving estimates for the social cost of carbon. So our work is actively underway to inform the new federal social cost of carbon, and will also be available as an alternative data input should it be needed in this process. And then on top of that, we have local hypergranular climate impact analysis data for California as part of the Climate Impact Lab work that will be available to understand the impacts of climate damages on California that may be expected alongside any action under the scoping plan. So we plan to have a pretty comprehensive set of data and analysis to help inform the broader scoping plan process. Next slide. A little bit more about InPlan. This is a model that we have significant experience using, but others have used as well to quantify both discrete kind of economic impacts from a particular investment, but also broad policy scenarios. And what we'll be looking at here is we'll be taking the changes in spending across the California economy from E3's model, as well as the quantified air quality benefits from Mike's model, and incorporating those in 2045 and incorporating those into our InPlan analysis, which has very granular both consumer and producer representation across all relevant economic sectors in California, and quantify the total net impact on the California economy from all those different factors coming out of both California Pathways and the UCI model to fully understand both what are the direct job effects. So, in a particular industry, as some of the prior speakers were talking about, how jobs change across particular industries within California, whether it's fuel production or manufacturing or home construction or efficiency, for example, as well as then the indirect effects of that spending on, when those workers do or don't go out to spend money at restaurants or other places, and then the induced effects, which is the broader kind of knock-on effects of the net economic benefits of the scoping plan action that allow for changes in broader economic activity across California that are kind of induced by the scoping plan investments. And we will have that at the state level as well as at the county level for final scoping plan scenarios as part of this project. So we'll look forward to staying in touch with you on this now and well into 2022. I think back to you, Amber.
Thanks. That concludes our presentation. So I'll actually turn it back to you, Matthew.
Yeah, I was jumping in there. So thank you all. Thank you, Amber. Thank you, John. Thank you, Mike. I do want to make a couple of points before I move to the next presentation, and that is that you saw some of the preliminary work that E3 conducted for CARB based on a report that we issued in October. That work was based on board direction to look at carbon neutrality. And, as you heard from Mike and from John, that work didn't include the air quality and public health analysis and the economic analysis that we are going to be doing as part of this upcoming scoping plan. And it also, I think importantly, didn't include lots of kind of discussion with the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee and others about the modeling, the approaches to the modeling, the inputs, and what we were modeling for outcomes. And so that is going to get redone. We're going to be focusing on that and reanalyzing the pathways to carbon neutrality as part of the scoping plan in a really robust way. And I should also mention, and this is the subject of my next presentation, that work from October didn't include national working lands and the contributions that they can make. And so I am going to give you just a brief presentation, and I promise this is the last presentation. We're on track to be done here in about 10 minutes, where we're going to move on to next steps and opening up for public comments. So with that, let me pull up my notes here. As Virginia mentioned in the intro slide deck, achieving carbon neutrality, you can go to the next slide too, please, Jordan, thank you. Achieving carbon neutrality means we must also incorporate emission sources and sinks from our natural and working lands. And so for the next few slides, I'm going to talk briefly about this sector and how it can support carbon neutrality. Biologic carbon sequestration in our forests, rangelands, grasslands, ag lands, urban space, riparian areas, wetlands, and deserts provide an opportunity to use nature-based systems to remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and limit the effects of climate change. These carbon sinks also, however, have the potential to be a source of emissions, either through human-driven actions or through events like wildfire that are accelerating in frequency and intensity as a result of climate change. As we plan for carbon neutrality, we're going to be prioritizing emission reductions from fossil-based sources that are the primary driver of climate change, as well as including both the carbon sinks and sources from natural and working lands. As you heard earlier from Amanda Hansen, the Deputy Secretary for Climate Change at CNRA, the Governor has given CARB, CNRA, and other state agencies specific direction to incorporate natural working lands in our state's climate strategy. And in signing the executive order last October, Governor Newsom directed CARB to update the target for natural working lands in support of carbon neutrality for the next scoping plan and to take in consideration the climate smart land strategy from CNRA. We see the Natural Working Lands Climate Smart Land Strategy as a key piece to identifying priority strategies for the state's natural working lands, and target setting as an opportunity to identify how much carbon should be stored in natural working lands by mid-century. Next slide, please. So how do we go about setting a target? Well, we're going to be working on that together as part of the process over the next year and a half. Based on the climate and resiliency work already done in the sector, we have a number of principles that we think should guide the natural working lands target setting work. These include reviewing and incorporating technical and policy work conducted in existing state efforts, like the Natural Working Lands Implementation Plan, the Wildfire and Forest Resilient Action Plan, and the Forest Carbon Plan, and others. Recognizing that carbon stocks increase and decrease over time, and that this flux occurs from processes such as growth, mortality, decay, wildfire, and harvest, we plan to evaluate both emissions and sequestration from natural and working lands over appropriate ecological timescales. Understanding that ecosystems are complex and provide a range of benefits, and action on these lands can provide both climate resiliency and mitigation. We plan to approach target setting recognizing that these benefits are important, and in some cases, may be the primary driver for how certain land types are managed. As the science and knowledge improves for natural working lands, we should look to incorporate the latest available data, research, and tools into our target setting work. And just as the science and data is improving, federal, regional, and local land management priorities are also evolving. To the extent possible, the target setting work should reflect the many efforts at various local and regional levels that are being implemented or planned for in the future. Our goal is to be able to provide use publicly accessible data, and models so that we are leveraging existing expertise and providing a publicly transparent and adaptable approach to target setting. And finally, we want to make sure that we can meet the near-term scoping plan deadlines while also creating an approach that can grow and utilize for subsequent planning efforts. This means we're going to focus on the highest priority landscapes first, while also creating a framework that can incorporate new science and different landscapes into the future. So as I mentioned in the previous slide, we have work to build off of here. Past scoping plans have included both sequestration targets as well as emission reduction targets for natural working lands. Other efforts have identified key actions to take on natural working lands or provided more detailed priorities for specific land types. Next slide, please. For decades, state and local programs for land management, restoration, and conservation have been implemented to provide numerous benefits. These actions should be recognized for their contributions towards improving the environment and local economies. And so our goal is to make sure that the target setting approach reflects these multiple benefits in land management priorities. We also need to reflect the fact that climate change is forcing changes to occur in our natural working lands at an unprecedented pace and scale. And so these impacts need to also be incorporated into our target setting work. These impacts, next slide please, thank you. These impacts like fire and pests can result in greenhouse gas releases into the atmosphere. Previously, CARB has excluded these emissions from the emission reduction goals because unlike fossil fuel emissions, emissions from natural working lands are considered to be part of the natural carbon cycle. For this scoping plan, as we identify a pathway to carbon neutrality, we'll be including both emissions and sequestration from natural working lands into carbon neutrality. Even with this approach, there's a clear difference between emissions that are occurring from events like wildfires or forest decay and fossil fuel combustion and other anthropogenic emissions. Fossil fuel combustion releases ancient carbon stored underground for millions of years that the atmosphere has not seen in any recent carbon cycle, and these emissions are accumulating in the atmosphere at an unprecedented pace. Earth's terrestrial carbon cycle transfers carbon between land and ocean and atmosphere, and when in equilibrium, the terrestrial carbon cycle balances fire, plant respiration, and decomp with plant growth and other processes that take place over decades or centuries. This results in biogenic CO2 emissions from fire and other sources being offset by biogenic CO2 sequestration, resulting in relatively minimal change in the total concentration of atmospheric CO2. Emissions from fossil fuel combustion are contributing to putting the cycle out of balance, and they're also contributing to a negative feedback loop for California forests and lands. As CO2 emissions accumulate in the atmosphere and California experiences more warming, extreme heat, drought, and invasive species, and the risk of intensity of fire also increases, which in turn pushes this carbon cycle further out of balance. As part of the state's efforts for both climate mitigation and climate resiliency, we should be working to put these systems back into balance. This does not mean that we should be planning for maximum carbon storage on natural working lands. Instead, we want to balance emissions with a healthy and resilient ecosystem that can sustainably sequester carbon and contribute to our climate goals. This also means that certain natural working land strategies may result in short-term emissions, but lead to long-term resiliency and sequestration gains. Next slide, please. In order to clearly differentiate between anthropogenic emissions and carbon stored in natural working lands, CARB now produces a separate inventory for each, and in 2018, we released the first natural working lands inventory. The natural working lands inventory provides critical data about the carbon pools in California and allows us to track progress towards meeting our natural working lands climate goals. As identified in the inventory, forest and shrublands represent the largest carbon pool in California, and the current inventory shows that these lands are a source of emissions, releasing more carbon than they are storing. Next slide, please. So where do we go from here on natural working lands? Well, tomorrow CARB is hosting a natural working lands workshop with our partners from CNRA, CDFA, and Department of Conservation. The workshop will focus on past, current, upcoming state agency work around natural working lands and climate. And we're also in the planning stages for more detailed discussions on the natural working lands modeling approach and target setting, and those workshops will be happening later this year. And finally, as Amanda mentioned earlier, we're looking forward to the release of the CNRA's Climate Smart Land Strategy to inform our upcoming scoping plan. All right, so with that, I'm going to transition into the public comment period and the next steps. Next slide, please. As Rajinder mentioned, AB 32 requires the scoping plan be updated every 5 years, so the statutory deadline to bring the plan before the CARB board for adoption is the end of 2022. The timeline here depicts the major milestones we're planning around to meet the adoption deadline. Following this week's kickoff, there will be many more opportunities to engage in the development process through scoping plan workshops and Environmental Justice Advisory Committee meetings and community meetings being planned for this summer and ongoing throughout next year. We are working towards release of the draft scoping plan in spring 2022, followed by our first of two board meetings and the release of the final plan in fall 2022 for proposed adoption in winter 2022. Next slide, thank you. So it's easy to look at carbon neutrality as simply balancing emissions with sequestration, but it's much more complex than that. We need to understand the approaches to carbon neutrality that exist and what strategies are technologically feasible and cost-effective across sectors, while generating minimal impacts to jobs and to households. Even when we're able to identify these technologies and approaches, another important aspect is evaluating the pace at which sectors will be able to realistically transition. AB 32 directs us to ensure that GHG emissions are directed towards the most disadvantaged communities, including consideration of mechanisms that also result in direct air pollution reductions. How do we maximize air quality and public health benefits for vulnerable communities as we design the path forward? While electrification is an integral part of various studies on decarbonization, not all sectors or industry segments are easily able to electrify. In these cases, what are the best uses for renewable natural gas and renewable hydrogen? What infrastructure is needed to facilitate use of these renewable fuels to replace or reduce fossil fuels? Natural and working lands are important to the state's climate change strategy because they sequester carbon and support clean air. These strategies that reduce GHG emissions or increase sequestration in the natural working land sector often overlap with other sectors and will result in synergies or points of tension. It's going to be important to identify the environmental and economic trade-offs of natural working lands actions and how they intersect with other sectors. And finally, the coronavirus pandemic has spurred a significant change in our way of life and has provided the opportunity to observe changes in air quality, traffic counts, VMT, and freight activity since the stay-at-home orders commenced compared to earlier months and years. What lessons from the current public health and economic situation should apply to specific strategies and the pathway to reduce emissions? And of course, these represent just a sampling of the questions that are relevant to explore as we move forward on the scoping plan development. Any path to carbon neutrality will need to balance across science, the desire to avoid adverse impacts to the economy, households, and small businesses, and the mandate to ensure we do not disproportionately impact vulnerable communities. The focus area workshops for tomorrow are part of the kickoff, and these additional workshops are intended to provide more in-depth discussions on the reports and related work that will help inform the scoping plan, including some of the information we touched upon today. There are 2 half-day sessions being held each day, and each session includes a panel of speakers with expertise in topics related to the session area of focus. Wednesday's session covers natural working lands and equity and environmental justice, and Thursday covers the transportation and electricity sectors. There's a registration link on the slide. If you're interested, you can also find it on our scoping plan website. Next slide, please. I want to encourage everyone to utilize the many venues available for engagement during the upcoming scoping plan process. These include attending workshops like this one, the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee meetings, which will be separately noticed and available, reviewing and commenting on materials on our website that will be posted in support of workshops and Environmental Justice Advisory Committee meetings, and then also, of course, attending scoping plan related board meetings. All of the scoping plan information will be accessible from the main scoping plan page shown here. The presentations, as I mentioned earlier, will also be available on the workshops webpage. All right. Slide 16, can we go to the next one? Thank you. We made it. So first, I would like to invite representatives of the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee meeting to provide comments, and then we'll be opening it up for public comments. If I could, if there are any members of the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee, if they could raise their hands using the raise hand feature on GoToWebinar, and then our facilitators, either Jordan or Maureen, will spot you and unmute you.
All right, hello, this is Maureen. So I see Catherine Garupa White. I'm going to unmute your microphone. And you're self-muted, so you can unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Catherine Garupa White, the Executive Director for the Central Valley Air Quality Coalition, or CVAC for short, and also a member of the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. Really appreciate all of the information and presentations today. As has been recognized by many speakers, the scoping plan is critically important to addressing the air pollution and climate impacts that the San Joaquin Valley struggles with. There was a ton of information covered, so please bear with me as I try to comment on a few different pieces, and also want to acknowledge that I have significantly cut back what I was saying and taking notes on as the conversations progressed. So first, I want to, really acknowledge and appreciate the amount of time that staff and all of the various speakers put into preparing today's presentations. I personally have a PhD in geography, and I'm proudly educated in the University of California and California State University systems. And I have to be frank that the level of information was quite overwhelming, particularly in the absence of an agenda, and I can't see who's on or who I'm talking to right now, or even necessarily who the intended audience is. Which leads me to talk just briefly about equity and meeting access, acknowledging my own privilege that I have a good internet connection. I understand how to use these tools. I can be here during a daytime meeting. I'm not sure if language translation is being provided. I'm pretty familiar with acronyms, but there was also a lot of kind of technical speak that was frankly difficult to keep up with. And so connecting with kind of the role of and the expectations of the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee, I'm really excited to partner with staff and leadership on doing things like having community workshops, and also want to be clear that the EJAC can't be a catch-all for integration of environmental justice communities and hearing those issues. So, you know, echoing previous comments that environmental justice considerations really need to be woven and centered throughout this entire planning process. So just a couple of other quick kind of areas of comments. Again, there were a lot of presentations where I would have really liked to ask questions, and maybe the upcoming workshops are a future opportunity for that. One in particular that stuck out was the presentation from Dr. Ming at University of California, Santa Barbara, and particularly some of the comments around setbacks. I believe it was characterized as a political debate and want to reframe that conversation as a response to the environmental racism and institutionalized oppression that was referenced earlier by Chanel. It's problematic that these types of basic health and safety protections have to be asked for by communities, and that it's taken this long to not allow these types of toxic sources to be next to where people live, work, and play. And while science evolves and we continue to have more cutting edge information proving the disparate impacts, we have known for a very long time that living next to an oil well is unhealthy for the people living in close proximity, and that it's bad for our climate. I also would have been interested in some specific details around things like some of the potential additional solutions, because I don't think anybody has claimed that setbacks would be, you know, the be all end all solution. From my perspective, it's about how to prioritize communities and make sure that people's health is prioritized in all of these considerations. So things like, you know, what level of oil severance tax would we need to be effective? What levels of production quotas would really see the reductions that we need? And I also had some questions around the job numbers. I mean, you know, Kern County in the southern portion of the San Joaquin Valley is a big part of this conversation. So what analysis was done about how many jobs are in or out of state? What analysis was done about the pay or permanence for these positions? What consideration was given for jobs in oil well remediation and cleanup? So those are just a few examples of things that I'm really looking forward to future conversations on. Also, the presentation about methane emissions talked about dairy digesters and reducing methane. And again, that's, you know, confined animal feeding operations and mega dairies are really concentrated in the San Joaquin Valley. So I want to say that these issues don't happen in isolation, and there are a lot more impacts from those large dairies than just the methane emissions. So the dairy digesters, when looked at in isolation, may be a good solution, but when you take in the total impact that those facilities are having on our communities, they are simply unsustainable. And I'm concerned about greenwashing practices that really aren't going to get us where we need to be. So in closing, I want to just encourage more dialogue. You know, university and scientific expertise is important, and at the same time, environmental justice communities and perspectives should have an equal seat at the table. So I'm glad to hear that there's more to come on future plans for the scoping plan, and also think that that same type of dialogue should happen with the existing data and evidence that the Air Resources Board is going to rely on for the scoping plan process. So thank you again for the opportunity to comment, and look forward to much more to come.
Thank you, Catherine. Really appreciate the comments, and you know, just a couple of things that I wanted to touch on. Yeah, in terms of logistics, I mean, certainly, I think we would all appreciate being able to do these in person, and we're going to be, of course, monitoring the public health situation to identify opportunities to do more in-person workshops going forward, including community meetings, which I think will be really important to be able to get into some of the details here that we've talked about and get feedback. So really looking forward to partnering with the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee on those going forwards. All right, so I think what we're going to do is move to the public comment period, unless, Maureen, can you confirm we don't have any other members of the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee that would like to speak?
I do not see any with hands raised.
Okay, thank you. All right, so for those of you that are in attendee mode, I would like you to raise your hand if you would like to comment or ask a question. Our meeting organizers will then unmute you, and it would be good for the record if you could state your name and your affiliation before asking a question or making a comment. I've got a number of the panelists that have stuck with us throughout the morning sessions, and then I see Rajinder just turned her video on too, so we'll be available to respond to questions. I also want to remind folks that the public comment docket is available. There's a link here on the slide that you're seeing on your screen where you can submit written comments. And our goal here is to go forward for the next 30 or 45 minutes or so on questions, and then also reminding folks that we have ample time for discussion tomorrow and the following day. So with that, I'm going to ask Maureen if you could let us know if there are any hands raised and introduce the next commenter.
Yes, we certainly have people who would like to make questions or comments. So the first person is Mark Roest. I will unmute your microphone, and you'll need to unmute yourself, Mark Roest.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great, thank you. My name is Mark Roest, as in Sure-Canoe, it's R-O-E-S-T. I'm with Sustainable Energy, Inc., and I've been an activist on climate for years and studying all this stuff for decades. I'm the Director of Marketing and International Development for Sustainable Energy, Inc., and we are a ceramic semiconductor technologies program firm, development startup, and we are working especially on batteries and solar energy. So we're taking the solar from what it was modeled as 22.5% efficient back in 1983 to 48% efficient expected within 2 years. And the battery de novo for about 20 years of research, of exploration, 8 years of active development. We're now looking at somewhere between 2.2 and 4.2 kilowatt hours per kilogram from generic ceramic raw materials without the kind of refining that costs a lot and creates security concerns for the nation. These things can be made in ceramic tile factories for the batteries and with printing presses for the solar thin film. And we'll make it possible. We want to focus on trucks and aircraft. So particularly we want to help provide the solar canopies and the charging system, stationary batteries and traction batteries for converting the truck fleet and perhaps getting the 8,000 trucks that are in jeopardy because of the CARB rule by 2022. By the end of 2022, they're not supposed to have any more diesels from 2009 engine model year or earlier. So we want to do that. And the key thing here is that instead of waiting for turnover, we need to look seriously at conversions. Now, I know a company that is actually, he just told me today that that he will set up two bay factories for people to build the conversion kits and provide 2 trucks, and but he's asking for $4 million to be up per party for those. But those things can, especially when our batteries come online, which should be by late 2022 in volume production, those things can be a vastly less expensive way to get people changed over. And for disadvantaged truck drivers and fleet owners, that means that they'll be able to compete when the next round of new trucks comes in, which will be lightweight, like graphite materials and things like that. They will be electric, but they will also have the autonomous vehicle things. And to be able to compete with them, the truckers need to have their trucks already converted and paid off. The existing truckers need to have their trucks converted and paid off so that they're really only having to pay, and the solar energy paid off, so that they're able to really focus on just paying for their own labor, their own cost of living, to continue in business until they're ready to retire. That's my basic concept of this. We also can do aircraft. So we could have a California-based industry of making aircraft that are fully solar powered and electric powered. And we have about a dozen different models, conceptual, quantified concepts of that, which can fly around the world nonstop in 4 to 5 days, because there's enough solar on the top and bottom of the plane, and it's efficient enough, and the batteries are light enough to be able to actually keep it going overnight. That's it.
So thank you for that comment, and we appreciate all that information. I will say that you brought up one interesting point there, an important point, which was the costs. In every modeling exercise that we've seen done by third parties or in our own reports for AB 74, the reports for SB 100 or CARB's E3 report, we are looking at massive resource needs in this decade to get us on the path to carbon neutrality. And who pays that cost and where that money comes from is going to be an important part of the discussion. And how we ensure that folks who are in low income households and have access to those funds so that they can get access to that technology first and be first in line for those solutions is really going to be important. To the extent that you have more information that you'd like us to look at, I would really ask that you provide written comments. And I'd like to put out a general comment for everyone else for the rest of this meeting. We want to get to as many questions as we can here, so please limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. And please know that we will read anything you submit into the comment bulletin board on the URL listed on this slide. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, the next person is Bill Zobel. I will unmute your microphone.
Hear me? Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Bill Zobel. I'm the Executive Director of the California Hydrogen Business Council. Thanks for taking our comments. We appreciate the presentations today. They were very good, very informative. And the CHBC will work very closely with staff on the scoping plan and scoping plan process as we go forward. I think at the highest level, we just want to say that we support the focus on equity and job creation. This is going to be key to success, and we really appreciated hearing the fact that this is going to be a transformational scoping plan for the Air Resources Board. We look forward to participating in that. A couple of things for the modelers in terms of comments. First would be, we encourage aggressive modeling is what I'll call it. And what I mean by that is we need forward thinking in these models, right? Models tend to rely historically on information and what's available. We get that. To ignore history is likely left to those who will be left to repeat it. But we do need to look forward and I think be aggressive about the models and look at the potential of adoption of transformative technologies like hydrogen and what can come of that long-term relative to our planning. So that's number one. Second issue there would be to include resiliency in these models. Planning and programs are always imperfect. We know that. And designing resiliency across sectors such as power, pipeline distribution, and transportation will be important to achieving the goals and planning.
Bill, I think you have muted yourself.
There we go. Well, I'll just pick up where I left off. I'm sorry if I don't want to repeat. Engaging private capital is our third point. Just want to make note of that. It's going to be important to engage private capital in this. The state and ratepayers certainly can't make this transformation on their own. Private capital is an excellent job creator. It also stimulates innovation and provides competition among technologies, which will help bring down the cost for everybody. So I'll leave it at that, and thank you very much. We look forward to working with you on the plan.
Thank you. Leslie Purcell is the next person. I will unmute your microphone. Leslie Purcell.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. So I'm Leslie Purcell, I'm in Ventura. And my question, and I missed the early part, so maybe you addressed this but I'm wondering about inclusion and involvement with tribal groups and communities, Native American folks, because I've worked some with people in LA area and also up here a little bit. So I'm just wanting to raise that issue. I didn't hear it mentioned so far.
Yeah, this is Rajinder, and we do have a formal process by which we engage with sovereign tribal nations in the state. And so as part of that, we sent the listserv out to our contacts that are representatives for the tribal nations. And to the extent that they want to have specific meetings or workshops with us, we are always open to those. We have had probably 3 scoping plans now where we have had focused discussions with tribal members. And I know that as part of the EJAC membership process, they were also trying to solicit membership for the EJAC from a tribal region as well. So yes, that is something that is important and that we have a formal process to engage with.
Okay, the next person is Rob Larkin. I have unmuted your microphone.
Thank you. Yeah, this is Rob. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, yes.
Great. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. It's great introduction, and I know that in general you have a good mix of regulations as well as I'd call an incentive type programs. And so my question is this is a question, not a comment, for the natural and working lands sector. Hopefully I'll get to attend that session tomorrow and find out more details, but just high level. What I've seen so far, especially from the implementation plan, is that it looks like in the way I kind of just framed it, I would look at it mostly as incentive type programs. And I just wanted to get a sense of whether that's the idea in terms of helping these lands be a net carbon sink, and really anything involved in that sector. Is it mostly going to continue along that trend, or do you anticipate regulatory requirements for the sake of GHG reduction in agriculture or other working lands?
Yeah, happy to respond to that. And I'm getting a little feedback, so you might need to mute your line there. So tomorrow's workshop will talk a little bit about some of the complementary state efforts that are happening here, both the implementation of the governor's executive order on 30 by 30, as well as some of the strategies identified from CDFA from the farmer and rancher-led solutions, and then also some of the kind of more technically focused areas around the inventory. In terms of how the sector moves forward, the climate smart land strategy is really what we're looking to identify the key strategies. And then historically, you're right, the state has relied on funding appropriations, on direct investments into these sectors to spur action. As we move forward with the scoping plan work, identifying a target, and then working with the climate smart land strategy on the specific strategies, there's going to be discussions taking place both with CNRA as part of the climate smart land strategy and as part of the scoping plan about the mechanisms to get there, and the ability to use things like incentives or other approaches. So nothing solidified yet, but that's going to be part of the conversation.
The next person is Evan Edgar. Evan Edgar, I have unmuted your microphone.
Evan Edgar, live from Sacramento. I'm the engineer for the California Compost Coalition, and we just released a report on being net zero for the waste sector. But the waste sector is not about landfills anymore. We're integrated in all sectors of equity. We're in a transportation sector, hauling organics with RNG, renewable natural gas that we make and we use out of organics that mitigate short-lived climate pollutants, and they're carbon negative. We're in an energy sector with solar on top of our recycling facilities and biomass gasification, and we use our biomethane for combined heat and power. We're in a working land section. We make compost and biochar to sequester that into the soils. And we're in the recycling and compost sector with avoided greenhouse gas emissions. So in 2018, using CARB definition of net zero, we're at 3.7 times net zero from our emissions avoided. And by 2030, using current policy, we'll be at 9.9 times. And very cost effective. As part of the recent report from the climate investment from cap and trade money, some of the programs we do, from compost and anaerobic digestion and renewable natural gas and near zero fleet, are the most cost effective programs under cap and trade. My question is, there was an audit that was released by CARB that hasn't been mentioned today about the improved program measurement that would help California make more strategically to meet its climate change goals with better demonstration of what is cost effective, better transparency, and ability to identify the cost effectiveness of each incentive program to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Some of the process and target dates with the legislative audit aligns with the AB 32 scoping plan process. I think they should be integrated. I haven't heard mention of it yet, but it's a great opportunity to fulfill the audit with a scoping plan to promote programs with the most cost-effective programs available. And I believe that the waste sector, with our diverting organics from the landfill and fulfilling the short-lived climate pollutant strategy in the near term, we can fulfill their air emissions criteria pollutants in the near term. We don't have to wait till 2045 to be carbon neutral. We're carbon negative with a fuel now, and we're net zero now. So a lot of the programs that are cost effective should be promoted now versus wishing upon an electrical dream in the future. So the question is, how will the legislative audit process combine with the AB 32 process? Thank you.
So this is Rajinder, and I can take that question. There was follow-up that was requested in the audit report or suggested in the audit report, and there is a whole team at ARB that is working to respond to the audit recommendations. That is separate than the AB 32 scoping plan. Knowing where the money goes, knowing how it's spent, and the cost-benefit analysis for what you're getting for it, it is important. But what we're talking about here is how we design where we want to go in the future and the outcomes we want to achieve. And there is a fundamental principle that we should all be aware of, and that is that when we take biomass or we take organics and we use them for feedstock for fuels, in the inventory, they are given a 0. They are not given a negative value, they are given a 0. And so the idea that by using biofuels, you're going to get something negative in the inventory, which is our main tracking tool to assess progress against the state's targets, that's not quite correct. I think that's pulling in a framework from one of the other programs, and it's not reflective of how we do our inventories. So again, the legislative response, the response by CARB on the ledge audit is happening. It is important, but it is not vital to what the scope of the scoping plan is here. It's important in how we think about where to invest funds and resources, and we track our progress with the inventory methodologies.
Okay, the next person is Julia Levin. Julia, I have unmuted your microphone. And you need to unmute your microphone, Julia Levin.
Hi, this is Julia Levin with the Bioenergy Association of California. Rajinder and Matthew and all the other staff and consultants, I think you have done a phenomenal job presenting the breadth and depth of information and targets and other materials. It is technical, like there's no way to avoid that. But I'm really impressed with what you have laid out, and I'm excited for the process going forward for the next year. I'm especially happy to see the continued focus on short-lived climate pollutant reductions. This is one of the most urgent things we can do, since it's one of very few things that actually benefits the climate right away. I'm also really happy to see natural and working lands fully incorporated into the scoping plan instead of treated as a side issue as they have been in the past. And really happy to have carbon neutrality included fully in the scoping plan. That's all on the positive side. On the negative side, I was really concerned at the presentation from the California Energy Commission, particularly the exclusion of any new biomass and no mention whatsoever of biogas. That seems to contradict pretty much every other presentation given this morning, and it also contradicts the Air Board's plan to phase out the open burning of ag waste, which calls for increased bioenergy as an alternative. It contradicts the recommendations in the Forest Carbon Plan. It contradicts CalRecycle's regulations to implement the waste diversion requirements of SB 1383. And it contradicts E3's own projections about how we're going to get to carbon neutrality in the energy sector. So I think there needs to be more interagency coordination to make sure we don't have these kinds of disconnects going forward. We just cannot afford that. The one other recommendation I wanted to make, which I know will be discussed more tomorrow, is the issue of fire. We all use the term wildfire for really large, uncontrolled fires, but a lot of those large fires are caused by human activity, human infrastructure, human beings, and they are absolutely anthropogenic. Courts have found consistently that utility-caused wildfires, when they're the result of negligence or recklessness, are the responsibility of the utilities. And so I think we need to differentiate between truly naturally caused wildfires, as in lightning strikes, from human-caused wildfires, which really should fall under the category of anthropogenic black carbon going forward. So again, thank you so much for your tremendous work, and really looking forward to fleshing out the scoping plan.
Thanks, Julie. I really appreciate the comments. I want to encourage you to also, if you have time, to participate in tomorrow's National Working Lands workshop, focus area workshop. We're going to have some discussion on the inventory side, as well as some of the recent work that CARB did to look at fire emissions. I mean, I will give you the precursor, and this is for everybody else on the line too, and you probably know this. It is very difficult to disentangle kind of anthropogenic fire emissions from what is considered kind of quote unquote natural emissions. But part of the scoping plan work will be looking at how does the fire regime of California change over time as climate change effects hit the landscape and carbon stocks change over time. So with that, Maureen, do you want to go to the next one?
Yes, the next person is Thomas Conlon. Thomas Conlon, I have unmuted your microphone. You'll need to unmute yourself.
Thank you. I agree with other members of the public that this was an impressive and perspicacious survey of what's been going on in the research toward the scoping plan update. I am concerned, I'm approaching this from a local land use decision perspective. I've been spending more time in this area and watching how some of these state level policies are implemented by local authorities or the research that comes out of this process are used at the local government land use decision making level. And I know that the current greenhouse gas emissions inventory for California continues to exclude transportation emissions from the aircraft and maritime shipping industries. And I did notice that they were reflected in some of the scoping study analysis, but I don't see that necessarily that being that transparent right now, at least from the use perspective of those of us in the local regions. For example, there's a Port of Oakland airport expansion proposal. They're talking about doing the same thing in Sonoma County, where I'm from. And so I'm curious the degree to which that will be rectified in this round of the scoping study, or if that is considered by this team to be outside of the scope of this project. Thank you for your consideration of my question.
So this is Rajinder. I can help a little bit there. The AB 32 inventory does include aviation fuel that is used for travel within the state of California. We are preempted from looking at fuels and taking action on fuels for travel that occurs outside of the state. So for any aviation activity within the state, that fuel is covered. We also have a low carbon fuel standard program, which right now incentivizes sustainable aviation fuels to be developed and deployed. And we have at least one refinery, possibly two, that are going to be moving over to produce sustainable aviation fuel to help reduce the carbon footprint of the aviation sector. For maritime, there is a limit to how much we can do there, and therefore, again, because of federal preemptions, so there is a limit to how much of that is also reflected in the inventory. So there are long-standing discussions that we had in how we developed the inventory through a public process, what we included, what we didn't. And for those two, aviation and marine, it really comes back to our jurisdiction versus federal jurisdiction.
So is that quantified in any way that could benefit those of us in public policy at the local and regional level?
So the inventory, the AB 32 inventory, includes estimates of fuel and GHG emissions for in-state aviation.
I'm specifically asking about the cumulative effect and the if an airport is adding new terminals, very few of them are used for in-state air travel. Most of them are crossing the boundary of the state line, some of them going international. So my question is this effectively an unmeasured sector in California? Is that what you're saying?
For GHGs, international travel is not included. That is correct.
Thank you for your consideration of the question. I guess we should then continue to consider that the scoping plan is limited in its scope.
Well, I think it's fair to say it's defined by the scope in AB 32, and it's defined by California's legal jurisdiction. And so we as California can't regulate outside of our borders, and so we focus on as much as we can within our borders.
The next person to ask a question is Claire Broom. Claire Broom, I have unmuted your microphone. You'll need to unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. So I'd like to add, I'm Claire Broom. I'm a professor of public health, and I am representing 350 Bay Area, 19,000 member reach in the Bay Area. And I particularly work in renewable energy policy. I'd like to add my congratulations on a superb morning laying out the task ahead of you, and I absolutely want you to succeed. I particularly appreciated the indication that you'll be thinking about targets and metrics as you go forward, so that the scoping plan is its own valuable activity, but the more it translates into measures which people can be held accountable to, I think the more useful it will be. The agencies may benefit by knowing how well they're doing in meeting their targets. I'd like to echo what Martha Arguello said. I think the incorporation of environmental justice into your modeling efforts is extremely important. And thank you, Rajinder, for indicating how it currently works. I would like to urge you to push it back into the earlier stages. Specifically, we have a proceeding at the Public Utility Commission right now, which is looking at cost effectiveness of rooftop solar, but it does not include the health impact. It does not include the community resilience impact. It does not include the Energy Commission projection that we need a tripling of renewable energy over the next 10 years. And when decisions are made at the agency level, I would argue they need to incorporate those kind of environmental justice and climate impacts as primary determinants of cost effectiveness. This is not just about utility losing income. The second environmental justice theme that I heard today is the extent you can minimize the upfront cost. Environmental justice communities will benefit from beneficial electrification if our incentives make it easier to do building electrification and transportation electrification in environmental justice communities. So I thought that was a very important point in terms of thinking strategically and incorporating environmental justice. Finally, I would strongly, I was very impressed by the figure that you're anticipating electric loads will go up 40 to 90% with the electrification initiatives. So the PUC should not be buying the utility argument that their market is shrinking and therefore they need to recover costs. So please, let's think forward. Let's be sure the agencies are listening to where California is going and where the scoping plan needs to go. And I wish you all success in your effort. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Claire. Really appreciate your comments, because one of the things that the legislature recognized in establishing SB 100 was that ARB should be at the table with CPUC and CEC. And in many of the workshops before the pandemic, when I was representing ARB, I made the point that our seat was to bring the public health and environmental protection part of the lens to the process on SB 100. And so we helped push that there be a no combustion scenario in that analysis. We helped draft the pieces on the public health and the air quality and the resiliency community pieces, the natural working lands pieces. And we did that in lockstep with our colleagues at the PUC and CEC. And I think after going through that process, there is a greater recognition across all three agencies that we need to think about GHGs, public health, air quality, and costs, not just the goals of what the energy source needs to be and how to expand it. And so that shift has happened, and SB 100 helped to facilitate that shift. We are going to continue to engage with the PUC and CEC on these matters in the scoping plan, because you cannot take away the GHG, air pollution, air quality, and environmental justice pieces away from how we transform our grid or how we grow the grid. And we can't perpetuate the same patterns that we have historically had on how we build out infrastructure and where we build it out. So that is a well taken point. You also touched on implementation. And so one of the things that we recognized as we were building the slide deck is that we have a lot of outcomes defined for us. For example, SB 100 talks about zero carbon electricity. We have the governor's directive to phase out oil extraction, or looking at phasing out oil extraction in the state of California. And so when you have that many defined outcomes for the state, where the room is left for us to have discussion and for us to consider how to move those goals is implementation. So when you talk about, or when you suggested, how do you get those benefits first into communities? How do you structure things on rates to not impact communities? That shifts the conversation quickly from the outcomes to on the ground action. How do you get incentive programs to the right folks in the right structure? How do you build electricity rates so that you don't disproportionately harm low income households? And so, having so much defined for us, having that 2045 target sitting out there means that we do get to think a lot more about those very issues that you flagged. And those are probably going to be the most critical for this decade, because this decade is where we need to take a substantial amount of action on the ground to put ourselves on track to hit that 2045 target. So thank you for your comments.
Okay, the next person is Andrew Meredith. Andrew Meredith, I have unmuted your microphone. You'll need to unmute yourself, okay? Andrew? Okay. Andrew, are you there? Okay, I think maybe he's not there. We'll move on to Asha Sharma. Asha Sharma, I have unmuted your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So my name is Asha Sharma. I'm with Pesticide Action Network. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to comment and for all of the useful information presented today. We are excited to see agriculture being prioritized as a nature-based climate solution in the natural and working land sector. However, we are concerned that pesticide use is currently being left out of the conversation. There's ample evidence showing that synthetic pesticides can increase greenhouse gas emissions directly and also indirectly by hindering soil's ability to sequester carbon. We would like to request that a more holistic approach is taken when considering agricultural solutions to ensure that trade-offs are considered and do not inadvertently result in an increase in pesticide exposure for frontline communities like farm workers and rural families. We also would like to request that pesticide reduction is explicitly included as a climate solution. We'll be following up with written comment as well, and excited to be a part of the working group tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking forward to seeing the written comments.
The Next person to ask a question is Brian Kalaji. Brian Kalaji, I have unmuted your microphone. You'll need to unmute yourself. Brian Kalaji. Okay. The next person is Greg Kester. I have unmuted your microphone, Greg Kester. You'll have to unmute yourself.
There, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you from me as well for all the presentations today. I'm Greg Kester with the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. And I just wanted to note the role of the public wastewater sector as partners moving forward through the scoping plan. We provided the essential public service of producing clean water and biosolids. And as SB 1383 is implemented, we have the ability to co-digest diverted organic waste as long as we have assurance of markets for the products of that digestion, which include both biogas and biosolids. So it's our hope that the scoping plan will recognize the value of markets for biogas, such as the low carbon fuel standard, as well as pipeline injection. And with respect to biosolids, which are nutrient-rich organic soil amendments that can help improve soil health, as well as avoid the use of fossil fuel intense inorganic fertilizer, and not only compost, but other biosolids as well that are suitable for land application through the Natural and Working Lands program. So we look forward to working with all of you moving forward, and the wastewater sector representing public agencies is excited to work with you.
Thank you. Appreciate the comments. And Maureen?
The next person is Michael Bocadoro. Michael Bocadoro, I have unmuted your microphone. And you'll need to unmute yourself. Michael Bocadoro?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Michael Bocadoro with Dairy Cares. I wasn't planning on providing comments today, but given the elevated platform of the environmental justice comments today, and unfortunately their misleading criticism of the state's dairy methane reduction efforts, I felt compelled. One fact should stand out for everybody, and this is documented well in the state's climate investment report that just came out for 2021. Dairy digesters are providing 29% of all the reductions being achieved by all the programs. I believe it's over 70 programs that have been funded by the state to date, and they're doing it with just 1.3% of the total funds invested of the $13+ billion that have been invested. So if achieving 29% of the return with just 1.3% of the investments is greenwashing, then I guess I'm not clear on the meaning of the term. We've also unfortunately heard ongoing criticisms that dairy digesters don't address enteric emissions. And while that is true, that should not be a surprise to anyone, as they are not designed to reduce the enteric emissions from the cow itself. That is an extra effort that is currently underway. As staff pointed out today, there are a number of feed additives and other products that can reduce enteric, but criticizing digesters and not supporting their utilization, ongoing utilization, is akin to criticizing the COVID vaccine for not curing cancer. Are we going to stop giving COVID vaccines in California because it doesn't address all of our health concerns? I doubt that. Multiple issues require multiple solutions as we move forward. And finally, I would just suggest that as our colleagues in the EJ community, that they take some time to read the recently released UN Global Methane Assessment just came out a few weeks ago. It confirms that the state's approach to reducing livestock methane emissions is not only well suited, but it's completely in line with what the entire world needs to do to accomplish the reductions. And I would just encourage all of us to move forward in a positive manner and stay focused on the facts and not on the rhetoric. Thank you.
Okay, the next person is Mikhail Skvarla. Mikhail Skvarla, I have unmuted your microphone. You will need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you. Again, Mikhail Skvarla, I'm with the Gualco Group on behalf of the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance for Business Labor Organization. And just wanted to say that we're looking forward to taking this deep dive through the scoping plan on the modeling and the analysis of California's policies and programs. I think it's important that we focus on the sound science, transparent data, and the objectivity to balance all the statutory factors required of the ARB in their pursuit of California's climate goals. I think this week we heard Secretary Granholm indicate that we need an earth shot for climate change, and I think we agree with that sentiment. And this is an infrastructure exercise as much as it is a regulatory exercise. And to that end, our business and labor members look forward to getting to the business of business and building that systems necessary to advance California's climate goals. As indicated, we're over a decade into this pursuit of the mitigation of climate forcing emissions. And while goal setting is capturing most of the headlines, we believe that implementation is where the focus should be as we proceed forward. We continue to look forward to working with ARB and being a strong partner with all the external stakeholders to help California develop a solid foundation for the scoping plan and the policies which precede it. Thank you, and we look forward to continuing to get to work.
Thanks, Meg.
Okay, the next person is Roger Lynn. Roger Lynn, I have unmuted your microphone.
Thank you for the time. Roger Lynn, I'm an attorney with the California Environmental Justice Alliance. 2 quick points from me. First, appreciate staff's work today. Unfortunately, however, it's clear that environmental justice is still an afterthought. This process is at best reactive to environmental justice concerns, or as EJ Division puts it, learning as we go along, which unfortunately is not good enough. The public still does not know how this process will integrate environmental justice. Ms. Sahota, I think it's important for you to meet with environmental justice representatives and provide a proposal of how your division will consider and integrate environmental justice into this process. Second, I want to remind everyone about the 2030 target. This focus on carbon neutrality just kicks the can down the road from 2030 to 2045, and we don't have time for that, as the chair acknowledged in her opening remarks. Focusing on carbon neutrality moves us away from hard targets and equity. Moreover, carbon neutrality is from an executive order, it's guidance. The 2030 target is law. SB 32 requires CARB to figure out how to meet the 2030 target. Every study, strategy, scenario, whether done for 2045, must include a comparison to the 2030 target. I've not heard enough today about that 2030 target and urge staff to reconsider their approach to the scoping plan, first in regards to environmental justice, and second in regards to meeting climate policy.
Yeah, I just want to respond to the comment about the coordination and how ARB actually defines and proposes the scoping plan. The scoping plan is housed across multiple divisions at ARB because not one division is covering all sectors of the economy. And so it's multiple divisions that are engaged, it's multiple plans and policies that are pulled into it, and it's also multiple agencies, as we saw by the reports earlier, that cross electricity and transportation. And so I understand that there's a focus on the Industrial Strategies Division because we are the one that lead the actual pulling together of the pieces, but many of the conversations happen with experts throughout the agency at ARB and with other agencies across the state level. So we will be actively engaging with them and bringing some of those experts into meetings with the EJAC members and in the general public workshops that we will be holding. So it will be a fully vetted, fully thoroughly supported by experts process where the right folks who are going to then subsequently take the scoping plan and implement it will be part of the conversation in developing it. And I will be coordinating personally with Chanel, as was indicated at the May board hearing, and we will continue that collaboration to ensure that we are in lockstep so that there is an integration and multiple touch points and continuous checkpoints or touch points with where the EJAC is providing comments, the issues that are important to them, and how they could be integrated into the scoping plan as we move forward. So I just want to reassure folks that that all is happening, and that this isn't just something that is being done in the absence of that behind the scene coordination between myself and Deputy Executive Fletcher, or Deputy Executive Officer Chanel Fletcher.
Okay, the next person is Vincent Wiratmaja. I apologize for mispronouncing your name. So I have unmuted your microphone. Vincent.
Great, thank you so much, CARB team and everyone. My name is Vincent Wiratmaja. I'm with the Climate Center, which is a nonprofit focused on enacting science-based policies that will achieve deep decarbonization at speed and at scale. We appreciate the work that CARB has done so far and the opportunity to provide comments as the state begins this proceeding. As has been noted by many speakers, the science is clearly showing that climate change is happening faster than was predicted even just a few years ago in the IPCC report, and we need to move faster. The good news is that achieving faster emissions reductions is possible, as was noted by a recent paper released by Professor Dan Kamen at UC Berkeley. Moving forward, as CARB begins to select what scenarios to model out, we urge you to incorporate a net negative emissions scenario for 2030, 2035, 2040, as well as looking at a target of 80% below the 1990 greenhouse gas emissions at 2030 and 2045. Based on the rapidly escalating climate crisis, which is evident right now by the record drought. We look forward to having a more comprehensive discussion as the proceeding moves forward. Thanks again for the opportunity, and we'll be providing written comments to the docket.
Okay, and I want to see, Maureen, is there anyone else put their hand still raised?
Well, we have a second question from Mark Reist. Sorry.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. So, Mark, I have unmuted your microphone.
Thank you very much. So the question is sort of a wrap up for how do we get there from our point of view as technologists. I don't see anywhere any funding for supporting the development of new technologies that will create industry in California and solve the world's problems, because it's all set up to be extremely scalable. So we are actively looking for non-dilutive funding. We can't go to venture capitalists because they want to do an IPO. We can't risk that because the oil companies will buy it up and shut it down or slow it down. So we're looking for independent funding from the state and as well as federal government grants and things to get us past the hurdles, to get us out of the valley of death and into providing the technologies that we've been developing for decades, actually.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I do want to point you to one of the work that is going on right now with CARB and other sister agencies, and that is the development of the California Climate Investments Investment Plan. Don't quote me on this, but I believe they are in the middle of developing that investment plan right now, which identifies priority investment areas for the use of cap and trade auction proceeds, and the plan is going to our board potentially later this year. So that information, you can find it on our website, and there is a public process associated with that investment plan as well. So it sounds like we have one last question. Since we're about 5 minutes past our planned in time here, I'm gonna say this is the final one. So Maureen, can you call in our last question?
Yes, Diane Doucette. Diane Doucette, I have unmuted your microphone, and you'll need to unmute yourself. Diane Doucette, you need to unmute yourself.
I've done. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Hi, I'm Diane Doucette, and I'm with Project 2030. And I have a quick question. The question is about carbon storage, particularly as it applies to carbon from industrial sources like cement and direct air capture. And I'm wondering if plans for carbon storage will be included in the scoping plan and in the upcoming workshops this week.
So this is Rajinder, and I can say that we will be talking about carbon capture and storage and direct air capture, not in the workshops that we have this week, but for other workshops that will be focused on specifically the technology, the options, and the feasibility. We don't want to only rely on the potential to sequester carbon as a way to achieve our targets, because we do still want to reduce emissions in the sectors that are the primary sources of emissions. But yes, there will be focused workshops coming up related to CCS and direct air capture. We did have one back in 2019, in December 2019, and so there's already an indication that of the technology availability and the feasibility there. And there's evidence and data coming from the federal government with the 45Q tax credit and the LCFS program in California that the economics would work out to actually deploy CCS today. Thank you.
All right. Well, I want to thank the 312 or so of you that are still on the line here watching the webinar the past 4 hours, and really appreciate the comments that have come in and the questions. Again, a big thank you to our panelists for their presentations today. There was definitely a lot of information, but we thought it'd be very important to get this information out into your hands so that we all are working from a kind of a common baseline of information for what I think is very exciting work, being able to chart a path towards carbon neutrality for California and do that here in the scoping plan over the next year and a half. We are going to have lots of additional discussions, workshops, and meetings going forward, lots of information for everybody to be able to digest and respond to. So happy to be here at this kickoff meeting and initiating this process. Really want to encourage everybody to attend the focus area workshops over the next couple of days. I think there's going to be some really good discussion of topics that are going to be presented there. And really encourage you all to submit public comments with the link here so that we can look at that as we start this process. And as always, I need to do just a quick shout out, a quick thank you to our organizers, Jordan and Maureen, who have kept the technology flowing despite various technical glitches. It is always a challenge providing a remote webinar to such a large audience and a large number of panelists, and you guys did a stellar job. So thank you all, go enjoy your lunch, and we'll be talking to you tomorrow and Thursday.